Welcome back to Legends of the Shattering. I know you all have been waiting so long because I have been waiting so long. Um, we finally have our wonderful Orez back.
I've been waiting even longer.
Sadly, we don't have Nimbus here tonight. Hopefully, the next session we will have them here. Hopefully, fingers crossed, because I will be sad if he is not. But anywho, welcome back to the Legends of the Shattering, Season 1, Episode 6, Another Dies. Our party found themselves in not really dire circumstances last session. They had many of heartwarming moments with pillow fights and little naps after their fight against Niall, everybody's favorite BBG. And slowly everybody kind of worked their way around finding some special items that they discovered along the way. Corey finding a book of magical power, Xandra finding the hoard that she was so desperately looking for, Ivo helping solve some pretty sweet puzzles to open secret chambers and to move on to the next area. And in that next area, they found an entire civilization underneath their feet and underneath the dragon known as Jargontarth's domain. And today we are going to figure out what exactly is going on down there. Our party has found themselves a nice place to rest in the lair, guarded by Briar, the God of Calamity. And with that, we shall go into our intro. And with that, we will go right into introductions of your character. And I'm going to do a little something different. I'm going to have you introduce yourself, your character, give us your social handles, because apparently they're covered up underneath your names for some reason.
It's KJ's fault.
All KJ's fault.
Hey!
And give me a brief synopsis of what makes your character sentimental to you, and why, what gave you the inspiration to create them. We'll start with KJ.
Of course we start with me. Hi, I'm KJ. You can find me on socials, specifically TikTok at kj.cosplay. I play Orez, our spooky little rogue, Knighton. Literally the only inspiration for this character was I wanted to be as chaotic as possible. Like, I literally texted Isaac, was like, hey, how unhinged can I be? And he's like, hit me. So I sent him things, and he's like, okay, here's the deal. With the race I sent him, he's like, here's the deal. You're short. And I'm like, bet. It's just to be chaos. There's nothing else.
Okay, I want you to give me one reason now why you are sentimentally attached to them, if you are, unless they're still here just for chaos.
I don't think I've gotten sentimental over Orez yet, but I don't want them to die anytime soon because Orez is the only way I get to be chaotic in my life because I don't get to be. So it's an outlet.
I don't kill players off that often. Anyway, Chris.
I am Chris. That is me. I'm playing Evo, a Ranger Rogue multi-class, which has been really fun. Probably one of my favorite character builds so far, just with that dynamic. And my social is Clay_Beard on TikTok, Clay_Beard_studio on Instagram. So give those a follow if you want to. If not,
He makes all the
He
things.
makes pottery.
He makes
make
all
that
the
stuff
things.
right there. Yeah.
Look at it. Look
I'm
at it.
getting one made. It's not done yet. It's getting there.
I want all of you to look at it.
The only reason I'm running this campaign is to show off this.
That's our baby EG right there. Yeah, I don't know where to go from that. I've introduced myself and my character. What was the other thing?
What
Sentimental
is-
bit.
Yeah.
Oh man. So Evo is very much close to me. He is the youngest of all the siblings. He has far more siblings than I did. And my parents dropped me off at college, and I didn't see them again for a long time. They were, and now they're retired, but they were missionaries. So I'd go probably 6-7 years without seeing any sort of family. So when the opportunity presented itself, I was like, do what you want with that story. And Isaac has come up with this, and it oddly lines up with kind of the journey that I took to be who I am today by myself. And having Kore come up alongside of him is, a representation of, and this all just happened, organically, which is crazy. But now that I'm thinking about it, Kore and Reika and, just all the other little characters that have come up alongside Evo to help him have been the friends and the found family that have presented themselves over the years. So, Evo is shaping up to be, wasn't originally intended, but is shaping up to be apparently who I am. And I'm very, very, very much Irish, red beard, just that sort of heritage. So giving him a little Irish accent, as bad or good as it may be, it's probably terrible, kind of ties all of that in. Just little things here and there that I didn't think I'd have to spill that out, but in front of anybody. But yes, Evo is apparently me, and I'm going to die in 3 days, so take that for what it's worth. I don't know.
I just want to say thank you. You're gonna make me cry. We're just starting, Chris. Don't do this to me. Next, we're just gonna go straight to Kore, saying that Ivo kind of built that up.
Aww. No one's unaliving anytime soon out of game, okay? Please. My job.
Absolutely.
Sit on my job. Let's have none of that. Hey guys, I am Dia, also known as diaval.cos on most social media, most active on TikTok. I play Kore, who's our resident bard. Oh, where to begin? I think I told Isaac this before, but Kore is sentimental to me because I haven't actually been playing D&D for that long, and she's the first time I've been able to play and invest myself in a character for a homebrew world to the extent that I have. She's probably my character who's got the second most complicated backstory, which is also largely unknown, the first being my original D&D character ever for a 2-year-long campaign that we played. Her original inspiration, I realized this the other day because it was one of those You know how TikTok has those on this day, 2022, 2021 things? It was 2021, and on this day, it had a duet of myself and Masteren on TikTok, where I had cosplayed this character, this OC, who I haven't thought about in ages. But she was my original butterfly maiden. Her name is Vanessa Lee Faye. You can find her under that hashtag for all her content. But it was just like very fun playing with this symbolism of butterflies and the idea of someone being in touch with nature and being a protector of it as such. On Korey's end, I just wanted to subvert Asima, specifically a race that I haven't played before, to give him a more Fey touch feel. So that's why I was like, hey Isaac, can I play a butterfly Asima? And I just thought that was really pretty and really cool. And it's just been very fun because I've also never played a bard before. So we're having a great time.
I love it. I love it. I'm just gonna say this real quick, and then we'll go to Xandra. I just want to thank you guys for playing in the world that I'm creating for you guys. It's a lot of fun for me because it was a book that I was writing, and now I'm turning it into a world that you guys can run around and kill monsters I've created and fight gods that I'm creating and help create the gods that you might run into.
Kill gods that we created?
There's a lot of
potentially.
Potential. That's why I said gods that you created, gods that I created, gods that we created. And just helping me explore this world that I am so very fond of. Well, worlds that I'm so very fond of. But yeah, thank you. And now we'll go to Pixie.
I love we're starting off with all the feels and we haven't even gotten like into gameplay yet.
I wasn't in the feels. I'm sorry. I missed the
It's okay because like we have 3 and I will be 2. So anyway, I'm Pixie. You can find me at Itsy Bitsy Pixie on TikTok. I am playing Xandra, our elven vampire warlock, who is heavily inspired by Howl's Moving Castle. I basically told Isaac that I wanted if Howl were a woman and a vampire, and that's aesthetically what I wanted and attitude-wise. But so I took a lot from that just being my favorite Miyazaki film. But sentimentally, I would say for me, Xandra is, because usually what I do with characters is I make them somehow, some way extensions of myself. And what I had done with characters so far is they were extensions of things about myself that I like and things that I wish I did more, or maybe are kind of naturally that I don't get to do as much of, pulling from like my martial arts background and stuff like that. But with Xandra, because she's so heavily inspired by Howl, I decided to take the opportunity to dump in a lot of things about myself that I actually hate and that I don't like. And so I thought it would be fun to like explore those sides of myself that I actually find fairly irritating, which is my overdramatic, over the top nature. And I just sort of took those things that I find kind of cringy about myself and I just sort of expanded on that. And that's how we get to Xandra being the super eccentric, in your face character that we have now. So it's been interesting to play up those aspects and kind of see like where her character goes with that theme being kind of like what she's rooted in. So yeah, she's actually very sentimental to me just because she's sort of a social experiment with myself. If that makes sense. So
apparently I missed the cue, man. I'm sorry.
Do you want to go again? KJ!
I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't...
After this
really,
session, you'll be more sentimental. I'll ask you again next session.
The original purposes of Orez was not at all sentimental. Like, I do get to... Okay, I have a little sentimental, but when I was a kid, didn't really get to be a kid. Like, I didn't get to play and do some of the crazy stuff. So the chaotic nature of Orez is rooted in the fact that I didn't get to just be a kid. And so like the annoying little bits and aspects of like interrupting all the time, having weird tangents, like never focusing, not giving a crap what everyone else is saying, or like no respect for anyone, just constant like attitude and everything. Because I didn't get to do that. So
And
reliving something I didn't get.
Orez had their childhood cut short as well. So
Yeah.
like that aspect is in
I
there.
didn't know about that
Crazy.
either.
Yeah, I know. Isaac's
That's
putting on
his
like
thing.
he's got cameras in our house or something because it's like, here, let me put this in here.
He's got it.
But yeah, Pixie Xandra is one of my favorite characters.
Xandra's awesome.
that
I
I've seen.
love Xandra.
So it's like
Aw,
it's
I didn't
funny
mean
that
to.
all the things that you hate about yourself, and those are the
We
things that
love
I
them.
love about your character. And if it was a real person, and it is a real person in some aspects,
I've
it's
seen some of those aspects about
Yeah.
you, and they're some of my favorite things.
yeah, the things you hate
Well,
most
that's
about
very
yourself,
sweet.
somebody else
That's-
loves so much. It's just crazy
Yeah.
how things work out. But anyway,
Yeah.
let's roll some dice, maybe. I don't know.
Get out of this
is not
therapy
therapy.
session,
I'm not
please.
paying for this.
This is not the therapy we wanted. This is not the trauma we wanted.
This
Okay.
is
But
the
it's what we
D&D
needed.
fun I wanted.
There's a reason why the catchphrase for this campaign is more trauma and drama.
Oh, I forgot. Welcome to 2B Dice, your daily dose of trauma and drama. Got you.
Let's roll some dice.
So, with that, I'm going to do a thing. Goodbye.
Mm-hmm. Hi.
Oh, that's not doing the thing. That's the
Nope.
wrong things. Don't mind me. I'm new at this. I'm just going to go back to this one. You, go over there. It's not working.
No.
There, we're going to
There
do
we
that
go.
one. That's better. Hello.
Hi.
So, what is Orez doing right now? After, I mean, you can explain your little hissy fit if you'd like to.
Sure, because I got reduced to a Beauty and the Beast joke last time. I still love it, but a little upset in chat. So, after Orez had Shadow teleported out of the room after Xander had disappeared, they had initially just teleported a couple of times, and then part of the black smudges and stains and shadows that the party had seen on the walls in the back of the castle was because as they were trying to teleport to get places, it would glitch and they wouldn't fully teleport and they'd get shunted into a space. But just really a rampage of pent-up anger of being abandoned over the years and being ostracized, not knowing where they belonged in the world, being like, while they enjoy things that are spooky and scary, they don't always enjoy being viewed as such by people who view it in fear. So a lot of pent-up emotions just kind of let out all at once. And they specifically disappeared because they didn't want to hurt anyone else in the party. Because as both Chris and Pixie said during last episode, I'm pretty sure somebody would have died if Orez hadn't disappeared. From there, that kind of explosion of darkness and shadow, they found the closest shadow and just sulked for forever, and it looked like smoke, but almost fire flickering off of their body and evaporating into wisps of smoke, just leaving this impression where they were. And then in their mind, they just kind of thought, you know, if he took something from me, I'm going to take something from him. And went on a rampage, I guess, around the castle looking for anything that they would find interesting to take something back.
So, where are you starting with that? So, you just tried to get out and you kept getting stuck in the walls and clawing away, and then you ended up just sitting there. Where are you going? So as you kind of like stand up, you'll see the staircase going downstairs. You'll see the staircase going up with the books rotating around it. And on straight ahead, as you stand up, you would see a door which you probably would have glanced in, and it would have been the kitchen. And then past that, you already saw the forge when you came in, and then on the other side, there was 2 more closed doors.
Orez, probably knowing that the party was through that way and not being able to fully bring themselves to see them again yet, would have gone upstairs first.
Okay, so as you kind of go upstairs and you start walking, it's almost like teleportation as you hit the top of the stairs. So you take a couple steps and you're at the top. And when you reach the top, you would see a long hallway with tile floor with a carpet on top of it, a royal like purple color with doors going down both sides.
With an unnatural speed, because they're a fast boy. Essentially, those like series of movies where you just see like bolting from door to door, that's exactly what's happening.
As you kind of go door to door, they're all bedrooms. The first 4 are almost like barracks. They have bunk beds. And then as you get to the next ones, they're more of guest chambers with a big bed with like the curtains draped off of the bed frame and stuff like that.
If they're all just bedrooms, because they'd quickly check everything before even trying to look, if they're all just bedrooms, they lose interest very fast and head back down the stairs.
There would also be almost like a double door at the end of the hallway, and if you open it, there's like a balcony leading outside. But that would be it. So you run back downstairs, you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as you kind of run back downstairs, what you are met with is the chair and the massive oak table with the benches going down each side. You see the pillars going down both sides, the gold and the black spiraling up. And then you see those doors on either end, 2 and 2. You have one directly on your left. The kitchen's on your right. And the next one on the kitchen is the forge. And then an open door on the other end, along with a barracks on that side.
They would have gone to the door to their left.
Okay. Do you just straight up open it?
They do not care at this point.
Fair enough. So you open this door, and it opens to a study. As you kind of step in, you see this large, it almost looks like oak, but it looks like it's carved out of obsidian. Desk with a high-backed chair behind it. You can kind of see a stack of scrolls on one side, a couple books stacked up, one open with an inkwell and a quill sticking out of it. And as you kind of step forward, there is a little table. If you ever go to like, you see those pictures like the tea party rooms where it's a little table with the 2 chair, like the 2 benches on either side. That's what it looks like, with bookshelves going down both sides, with one of those rolly ladders that you can pick wherever you want for the books.
The desk would catch their attention first, and they would, with caution, knowing that anything worth taking is not going to be taken easily, will be checking for traps and any hidden mechanisms that would be on the desk.
And if I remember correctly, you did roll for this. You can either use those rolls or you
Yes.
can roll again.
I think I'm going to use the rolls because they were pretty decent rolls. Because it was a dirty 20 perception and a 19 investigation.
So with that dirty 20, you're kind of like looking for traps and stuff, and you don't find any. You're like checking the latches on the drawers and anywhere like right where the quill is, if there's like magical runes or anything, you're not finding anything. And what are you looking for with that 19 investigation?
Anything that looks valuable. Anything that looks remotely magical or something that Orez could potentially use. Anything that looks like if it went missing might be cause for concern.
You really are a menace.
Yeah.
You're kind of going through the drawers and you're finding like almost like a filing cabinet with all these files and stuff. But there's a center drawer right above the chair that's locked.
Hold on. Where are my proficiencies? Ah, there it is. We're gonna pick the lock.
Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand check. Don't mess up.
Shut up. That would be a 24.
Minor details. You fail. Not really. The DC was actually a 20 on that. So you are messing with the lock and stuff, and you've done this 100 times, and you hear that oh so satisfying as the latch unlocks. And as you slide open this drawer, make me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh. Should have expected that. Ooh. That's an 8.
As Dia would say, please hold.
Where's my shit?
Oh, you did get a long rest, just so you know. I don't want to accidentally kill you.
That's good to know.
That would be 32 force damage as you are blasted against the black stained glass window behind you.
30, 32?
32.
34? 32. Grand.
It's a great time.
Love that for me.
Everything's fine.
Just kind of gets back up, wipes off their stuff, and walks back over.
As you look inside, there's a scroll very neatly tucked into a little compartment on the left, and there is a glass case with a ring in it.
Picking up that glass case.
So it's almost like a jewelry box, but it's a black stained glass case that opens very easily in your hand. And as you look inside, it's not a solid ring. It looks like black, shadowy chains, just in an infinite rotation, slowly spinning in this case.
I'm gonna open the case and kind of pick it up to look at it closer.
Pick up the case or the ring?
The ring.
As you pick it up and you're looking at it and you're flipping it over, it is the blackest darkness you've ever seen. It's almost like if you pick it up to pull it into the light, it makes the room dimmer.
Kind of will just grin, flip it up into the air and catch it again. Now, why would he be hiding something like this in a drawer like this? And we'll slip it on.
Before you do that, you would notice that the scroll has Draconic written on it in a very neat handwriting. And by reading it, you can tell it's magic in nature. With that, 20 on perception?
Mm-hmm. Snag the scroll, put it in their pocket, put the ring on.
As you put the ring on, everything goes black. You two are the first to wake up because Xandra doesn't seem to be back yet. Xandra's back.
I'm here. I've always been here. I have a habit of turning it off when it's not my turn.
You all wake up and it was the best rest any of you have ever had. Corey, you can sense that the mattresses and the pillows that you're sleeping on right now were the same magical ones that were upstairs. And all three of you get 10 temporary HP.
Cool.
Would that be on top of our armor pool?
The armor... What?
The armor... What's it called? Mechanics that we
forgot
set in?
about that.
Yeah.
We started those mechanics
Yeah.
last game, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we
Yes.
didn't
So on
use
top of
them
that-
because we just
Yeah,
didn't
it's
do combat.
stacked.
But
The temp HP is on top of... So those will get diminished before you can choose to
Perfect.
do the armor or your HP. And as you all kind of wake up, Ivo, the deck of cards was set very neatly next to you while you were sleeping. Corey, you kind of wake up and you kind of almost have to like wipe away the sleepies because it was that good of a sleep. And Xandra, I guess you don't sleep.
I do not.
Were you sitting on the bed?
Sandra was on the bed in a starfish position, just staring
Just
at
like,
the
I don't need to
ceiling.
sleep, but this is comfy.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Then I will say you do get the 10 temporary HP. I was like, wait a minute. Wait a
She was
minute.
resting her body. She was not asleep. She was resting.
I was
Little
regenerating.
sore. Regenerating? Okay, doctor. What are you all doing right now?
Corey sort of gets up. Twists her spine once. Crack. Two more cracks as she twists the other way and says, "Say what you will, but I stand by what I said. Jargon is a fantastic host for having these in his personage. Safety aside, that was one blunder. To be discussed later."
Xandra will be starfished on her bed, and you'll just see her like only pop her head up. I assume you slept well then. I heard snoring.
She turns to Ivo, who she knows can generate the loudest snores for such a tiny person.
oh, my throat's so sore. Why is that? Oh my goodness, I need some tea. Got a real sore throat. I might be coming down with something.
No, you snored like a dragon. That's why. But I'm assuming you're well rested. And with that, she'll sort of like flop up and sit up and throw her arms down at her sides.
Aye, I'm very well rested actually. Better than I've slept in quite some time. So, what path is in front of us today?
Well, seeing as how I have an important meeting, apparently, as she stands up out of the bed. I've been waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting for you two to wake up. I understand that you need to sleep, but I don't sleep. It's very boring. I just sat here and stared at the ceiling all day, all night. I don't really tell the difference. Anyway, I believe that Briar said someone's waiting for me, and I've been very eager to see who that is ever since he shut that door in my face. He's very rude, that little god.
I mean, can you blame him?
I suppose circumstances being what they are, but still, it's ridiculous.
A little bit of manners would probably do him well, but you know, he's unsupervised. What do you expect?
True. I'll have to talk to Jargon about that. Don't know if he should really be managing down here. Anyway,
I should probably go.
that's
do
what
that,
I would
and
like.
then,
I would like to go see if they will let us out of this bloody room.
Aye. So Evil's gonna jump off the bed and kind of step on the cards and notice something's under his foot and pick it up.
Was that there before?
I didn't put it there, but these look awful familiar. I think my great aunt Tessie had a stack of cards like these. Tarot. She'd do a reading, her eyes would go all white, and it was not pleasant. and then she'd say some gibbery goo about something, and most of the time it wouldn't come true, but sometimes it did. So you just kind of listen to Great Aunt Tessie and you just pat her on the head and keep going. But yeah, these kind of look like those tarot cards to me, but they've got different design on the outside of this box here.
May
Let's see
I?
if I can yeah. You want to look at them before I pull one out?
Sir DM, due to Xandra's background, would she recognize a deck like that just being able to glance at it from across the room?
Yeah, because
Give me an Arcana check.
Corey knows what tarot cards are. Are these tarot cards?
Corey, you had a lot of family that have a lot of magical things. And one in particular that your Aunt Dana told you to steer clear from was the Deck of Many Things.
I got a
Corey,
shame one, by the way.
You once had somebody draw a card from it, and they instantly were sucked into the void and never were seen again.
The way Corey handles it upon being given the deck is how she would handle someone else's tarot cards. In fact, she does not touch the deck itself, but she slides them out to pop someone out and observes it, because that's all she really needs to see. And she's like, you see her eyes visibly light up, and it's like, I wasn't allowed to have one of these. Be careful what you pull. Something unpleasant might happen. All very fun. You can never really guarantee which. Here you go, darling.
Ivo, you would remember you're muted, by the way.
So I'm to understand they're not tarot cards. They're something bad?
These are a deck of many things. Zandra, have you ever had some?
I'll put it this way. Orain won't let me keep them in stock. Yeah, we sold a deck one time. I was very excited. And then the customer may have been, well, not a very good fate, Ivo. I'll put it that way. And Orain forbade me for ever bringing in another deck. She said we cannot sell them.
Not guaranteed customer satisfaction. I should really have a disclaimer with those. No accountability for how
I
these may be
tried
used.
to tell her that, I said, I think as long as we put a disclaimer, I have much more dangerous things in the shop than this. But she claims that it's much more obvious that they're dangerous just by looking at them. She said that it was misleading and that's going to lead to too many complaints. So.
Such is the risk of any and all magic items if used incorrectly. Correct. Have you ever had an immovable rod? Do you have any idea how much chaos you could cause with that?
Oh, absolutely. This was so much fun.
So
anyway,
Ivo, do be careful.
Ivo, dear, do be careful. Maybe always consult me or Corey before you pull one, huh?
So what circumstance would bring about the necessity to pull one of these things and have something either very good or very bad happen? Just like at the draw.
Suppose if you're feeling lucky.
Or if you're feeling like you want to spice things up a bit.
If you got 3 days, supposedly, which I will not allow, then I suppose doesn't really matter when you're ready.
Actually, considering that, compared to anybody I know, you've got the least amount to lose handling a deck like that. The sky's the limit.
And he kind of flips the lip of it. You're right. Maybe after the meeting, have a bit of fun later. But I think.
Fair enough. I might be of more use to you if this meeting goes correctly. If I do, in fact, get a new contract, that is. It may be prudent to not pull anything until I also am at full magical strength. That's Corey.
Probably.
You might need 2 of us, just in case.
Would you?
That's the worst that could happen.
I mean,
you die early.
Pulled into the void does seem not quite amazing.
Ideal.
But yes. Less than ideal, absolutely. Xandra, in your meeting, do you mind asking where Orez is?
Oh, absolutely.
It's been
I'm wondering where that little little scary bit ran off to?
It's been a day or so, and neither Nimbus or they have turned up. And if we're
As you
to
say,
head out,
you hear a and you see a short figure appear next to you. Well,
Ah,
I think I found your little friend here. They were in Jargon's study. And you see Briar just standing there holding Orez by the back
bit of
of
a
their
scruff.
just like, I found them. Here you go.
Ah,
Drops.
speak of a fiend, Nimbus shall appear.
Hey, don't touch! Don't touch! I will bite you.
Except
Are you
one
okay?
little difference. You recognize the voice. You don't recognize the body that is using the voice.
Are you okay? Question mark on the you.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? Why are you looking at me like that?
I was going to say that you seem to be in a better mood, but that doesn't seem to be the only thing that's changed.
is that you, Orez?
Are you okay? What is happening?
You do not seem to look like you. Do we have any reflective surfaces here?
I was going to ask.
Orez.
Wait.
Oh, Corey, are you asking if there's like any mirrors around?
Yeah, is there any... I'm actually checking if she has a mirror. I do! Corey reaches into her pocket and pulls out a steel mirror and just presents it to Orez.
What is that?
That is you! Question mark on the you, once again.
Question mark on the you.
That's
Orez,
not me.
It sounds like you, but it doesn't look like you. What did you do?
would
Are you
like to
okay?
Explain what they are looking
What
at
they're
right
seeing?
now.
Of course I would, good sir. You see, in front of you, a satyr. White fur with matching white hair. Classical satyr ears. A decent suntanned skin of any creature that lives out in the sun for long periods of time. Hazel eyes with not horns, but more of antlers that kind of curl back on their head. Kind of a pinkish brown nose, is wearing the same over clothes that normal, like the cloak that they normally wear, but outside of that, they're wearing this hide kind of tank top breastplate mixture with an armband that pokes through as they drop and their cloak kind of fumbles off of them and they pull it back up. But this doesn't look like Orez.
Is this a new form, or is this someone else's form that you might be currently occupying? Do we know? What have you done?
I don't know anything that is going on. I didn't look like this for the past, 64 years.
Corey turns to Bar with the same questioning look and asks, "This isn't anybody's body, is it?"
No, I went upstairs and they were there. I just brought them down here because I thought you would. I mean, I thought they were with you because nobody else is in Jargon's castle.
Well, Orez, darling, where have you been? Where did you go?
Dealing with things.
Absolutely. But location-wise, not so much up here, but out here physically. Where did you go?
I was in the castle. Where else?
You've been in the castle this whole time.
Yeah.
We did see the claw marks on the walls, and more walls, and ash, more ash.
You had quite a fun time in there. Whereabouts about in the castle have you been wandering?
Little bit of everywhere. He got to me before I could look at everything else.
He's like standing there like this. He's like, well, you were about to ransack the place, and I told Jargon I'd watch it while he was gone.
How can you blame me?
Yes.
Can you? The man, I was dead. He brought me back. My entire life is a lie. I took something from him because he took something from me. I was
Technically
getting even.
speaking, he gave you something because you were dead.
Oh dear. You took something?
Have you?
I'm assuming it's the ring. Just
What?
an assumption.
Oh, Orez.
What?
Bring that here, let me see it.
No, it's mine.
Please.
No,
I don't want to take it
No.
from you, I want to look at it.
no.
Orez. And
Mine.
Xandra will just sort of poof in front of Orez.
As
I
you
just be
do
standing.
that, Orez poofs and is in a shadow in the corner of the room. No.
We can do this all day. And then Xandra will just start chasing Orez around the room and they're both just going to go.
Dad said
Yeah.
finders keep. Fine.
Xandra, give me a perception check.
We did, in fact, go forth with the intention to ransack the castle as well. So
True, but minor details.
Yeah, you guys were going for the stash. There's a difference.
That would be
To
a
Go high
13.
speed and
Chris,
go.
Chris, to answer your question, this Orez is only a little bit taller than normal Orez.
it's a horn, isn't it?
So normal
All right.
Orez is about 3'4". This Orez is about 3'8". Still a small tyke.
Okay.
No.
Still trustworthy. All right.
just had to clarify to make sure that they were trustworthy. We're good though. We're good.
Yeah.
Xandra, as you are kind of bebopping around, you see a glint in the corner of your eye. And as you turn to look, you see a body-sized mirror.
Mhm.
And normally, a vampire doesn't have a reflection.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a tall, slender female figure staring back at you. And as you kind of do like a once over, like check yourself, they don't move. And it doesn't look like you. Reflected back at you is the visage of an ageless, beautiful woman from the torso upwards. But you know that this is not you.
I was waiting for you to see that.
Chris,
Don't mind us, we're just acting like buffoons.
as per usual,
As per usual.
it's not your face.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have skin so pale. It borders on a frostbitten blue. A sharp, heart-shaped face that is elven fair. Through small fractures of ice mar her skin. Her long hair is white and flowing with what could be an unseen breeze or sentience, all its own, as tongues of blue flames flicker at the tips from her brow, produces a spiky, jagged crown of bone, painstakingly carved with an intricate design with a single blue gem emitting a faint light at the center. A similar set of intermittently, whatever that word is, spiked bone pauldrons grace her shoulders. At her chest sits a finely jeweled necklace in silver and gold, lips quirked upwards in an amused smirk, blackened by the cold, decay, form of lacquer, or a mixture of all three. Kohl-rimmed eyes glow an eerie, unnatural pink as they regard you.
Does Xandra recognize that person at all? From stories, descriptions? Can she pull a description out of anywhere in her mind?
Give me a history check.
Okay, gladly. $21.
21.
What's that by me?
Absolutely nothing. Your mind is wiped. Wait, what? Dia, as your player, not your character, would you like to tell Xandra what she knows with the 21?
Sure. Xandra, you have both the backstory of having elven knowledge by your heritage and also arcane knowledge by your choice of career, by your familiarity with arcane artifacts. Let me quickly, for you, pull up the notes that we had, because I wrote something more cohesive. Please hold. In the meantime, is Orez still bouncing around?
Yeah, that's actually fair. Are we still moving while this...
It was one of those things where you're chasing Orez and you appeared somewhere and there was one mirror and you saw it, but you were still chasing Orez, and you appeared somewhere else, another mirror. She was staring right at you, and then you appeared somewhere else to get Orez, and right in front of you, you're facing her. Okay. And you kind of freeze because there was almost like a flicker in your peripheral.
But this last time I'm frozen because she's caught me off guard.
Yes.
Okay.
We love pulling up lore.
I have mine open.
I have my lore open. I didn't expect.
Always ready.
Here's the thing. I was working on it today, so it's just still open.
Well, I figured, seeing Dia, that this is a goddess you have created, I will let you tell Xandra what she knows.
So there are two ways we can approach this. Xandra, are you seeking more so your arcane knowledge or your elven history?
I would say probably more my elven history, my upbringing, the traditional academic education of my upbringing as an elf before I was a vampire.
You would recognize by the nature more so of the woman's necklace and the ancient carvings on her crown, as well as the fine cracks across her skin in which it looks like scars have been gilded over in gold and silver. That style is very reminiscent to a very specific region in the mountains known as Karaserine. You have a handful of objects in your shop at this moment. Pottery, enchanted jewelry, potentially cursed jewelry. You haven't quite figured that out just yet, just by the sheer age of them. They're very delicate to handle, and it's quite a complex case, so you sort of like left that at the side. But you would know these items come from a region, a city known as Karaserine, which is ancient even by way of elves. Its glory days was predating the Shattering. You would know that in the time before the Shattering, there was a horrific civil war that broke out when it came to the ascension of a new ruler in the wake of the last king of Karaserine's passing. This was a power struggle between the king's daughter, by all means the blood right heir, and the king's brother, who was the older, who had designs on the throne himself. This war lasted decades. And it was remarkable, even by way of the elves, as this type of conflict was not common. In the end, the history records that the daughter won. The daughter who was skilled in the arcane arts, who was taught by the archpriest of the court, the archmage. The specifics aren't entirely clear, even on the 21, how exactly she was able to win the tides of a war, given how long it had lasted, the toll it had taken. But after that, a figure arose. From princess to queen, that queen ruled for lifetimes, unaging, undying, and it is believed that she may have made a pact with the goddess Kalma for such wisdom, such power, and the unending lifetime she had. You know from these stories, your history moves to your arcane knowledge. You, as an undead creature yourself, would be familiar with the term of liches, and you would know that the figure who now rules the ghost city of Karasarine to be known as the Lich Queen of Karasarine. And you can see in this deity the remnants of decay that would suggest a being of that nature. And you would know that the Lich Queen is hailed, or was hailed, as the goddess of magic. And while her power is no longer as strong as it once was, you still know that in your travels, students sitting in magical academies would pray to her before their exams. People would still rejoice like newfound spells with an offering or invocation in her name. 21. You would know that no one has known her to emerge from her sanctum in Karasarine for a number of years. She's not one to make physical appearances anywhere. She's very much content in her sort of fortress of solitude. Yeah, and it seems it is she who stands before you now.
21 bought me a lot. That was nice. Okay. Sandra will, as she's been chasing Orez around, focusing on Orez, but catching these glimpses of her out of the corners of her eyes, getting slightly unnerved, and then being hit to be faced with her. She sort of has like a little bit of a jump, and you'll see her just be sort of left in front of the mirror. Well, you are indeed a relic. And I suppose it is true that you don't make in-person appearances.
Talking to yourself over there, Sandra. Do we see a reflection in the mirror?
You,
Or is it
as
just,
you're
like-
looking in, you don't even see Zandra's reflection in the mirror.
Orez will just like in front of Xandra, just like looking through the mirror. And
I
then
think the
turn
lack of sleep might have gotten to her.
Oh,
What do you
lovely.
Wow.
No one sees her.
You too. You're a vampire. You can't get a reflection. As I think.
There's
Or
nothing
was that
there
werewolf?
but me.
Or whatever, whoever this thing is. That's not
Hang on, give me a moment. Everyone, please be polite. Please be
Orez will
polite.
just like sit crisscross right in front of the mirror, right where they are.
Eva was gonna walk over and like kind of tug on her ear. Does this hurt? See, look, it's you. I can't explain it, but it's actually you. I'm gonna sit next to her and kind of look.
I'm assuming since you haven't presented yourself to them, please tell me you don't have something bad to tell me.
You see her smirk get a little wider, almost fond in a way. And she speaks to you out loud, but nobody else hears. Your heart is troubled, child. Her voice is very soft and gentle, though echoed as if several voices have come together. It's almost like bombarding you. How does it feel to know that one may walk this world for several centuries and endure enough torment that would drive lesser men mad, and yet still have room for betrayal and secrets that the land is not quite so willing to part with?
Well, considering that some of us have nothing but time, I suppose some of us just learn to cope in whatever ways necessary.
Are you observing her more while you're talking?
Xandra will be trying to observe her in the sense that in her presence, she will be attempting to not make the wrong move. And she'll be paying very close attention to whether or not her body language changes to one that scares Xandra.
So you're watching the body and just kind of watching her in general.
Yeah.
So as you're kind of watching, you would pick up that her hands are tipped in silver claws. The blue jewel set in her headpiece is a gem of seeing, you can tell from your magical knowing and knowledge. The pauldrons are bone and black dragon hide. And as you're kind of watching, you can see that there are scars that seemed like on her chest that seem to be healed over with almost like gold. And it's on her arms and parts of her face. And it can be deduced that before she was deified, these would have been areas of decay that it was most apparent.
Excuse me, I'm a little bit nervous. It's been quite the trip, and I am unprepared for my normal courtesies I would usually make for someone such as yourself and in your presence. So, pardon me if I am lacking some of my normal, how do I put it? Decorum. Decorum's a good word, I think. Yes.
Corey leans over to Orez and Ivo and says, I've never seen her so flustered. Eva, are you like tapping the mirror?
So you're tapping the mirror?
No, I'm tugging on Orez to make sure she's still like.
We're having a little conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, you can, by all means, roleplay that moment real quick.
Yeah, please.
Oh, well, this whole time she's like talking to the mirror. I just kind of lean over to Orez and go, "You think it's a magic mirror where you can make like wishes and stuff, or you think she's going a little cuckoo?"
I think she's losing it a little bit. But who am I to say anything? I'm not entirely here.
Well, you used to not be all here, but now you are. And he like kind of tugs your ear all the way.
Just like slaps your hand again. Stop!
I'm sorry, you
Damn
used
it!
to be all shadowy and your hand passed through you. Now you're.
I don't know what's going on.
Wait, she's still talking to that mirror. I think she's right.
As Orez is yelling at you, Ivo, you can still see the two little fangs.
Yeah, well, those are the same.
Xandra, as you're kind of like sputtering over your words and talking to this mirror, you would see her regard you and just slowly look at you from head to toe. And then look back up and hold eye contact And as you're holding eye contact with her, a cold spectral hand reaches through the mirror, and it just places right on the center of your chest. And you almost feel a pulse of magic that goes through, and it's almost as if it's going through your heart and almost giving you like a shot of adrenaline. And it almost feels as if your heart is beating for the first time again.
Xandra will sort of, almost for a second, horrified look, and then a look of confusion instead, and then almost like a little bit of relief that it's not going to be something bad, and then sort of shock, and you sort of like see her place her own hand over where her heart is. That's a very weird sensation to me now. I haven't felt that in ages.
Yep, she's losing it.
Are you alright, Sandra? No, I don't think... Does she look a lot different to you?
I mean, I look a little different to me, so that
Well,
could
yeah,
just
of
be
course
me.
you look different, but... I don't know what's going on. Everybody looks different now.
She's lost her plot, hasn't she?
Thank you.
As
I don't know what to say.
she slowly starts to remove her hand. To be stripped of one's magic is not a fate I would wish on anyone. I would see that rectified for any one of my children. And as her hand pulls back and goes back into the mirror, the image fades.
Xandra will...
You feel magic pulsing through you again, almost giving you new life.
Does the heartbeat stay?
No.
Okay.
Go ahead and refresh your character sheet.
Oh.
And go ahead and go in and look at your patron. You might have to go back to character builder for it.
Okay. Because I was going to say, I don't know if I see that.
While you're doing that, Xandra, what does everybody else see in that moment? Whenever you have a minute.
We all see Sandra just processing.
Just
Yeah.
recalculating.
Like all the
Xandra
things.
EXP has stopped working.
Corey, what are you doing right now?
Corey was watching Ivo and Orez sort of go back and forth. And eventually she just, not knowing how long this will take and knowing that Xandra had mentioned a meeting, just sits back on the bed and then flips out a book that she had been attempting to peruse and has now been cleansed so she can peruse it properly. Flips to the first page, just begins to skim over the top of it, and every now and again her eyes flick up to observe what the others are doing, and then go back down to read. Up again. Read. Slight concern, but she's feigning nonchalance on purpose. Because again, she's never seen Xandra like this. And Orez is experiencing some difficulties with their body. we don't know. So, kicked up her feet, picked up a book.
He was going to go over to Corey and kind of lay his head on her elbow or arm.
Sketches.
Should we be worried about her talking to a mirror by herself? Or is that something that I should not worry about?
You see, I am slightly concerned because I've never known anyone to speak to a mirror in the way she does and not be kneeling.
She seemed a bit flustered. Like she was actually seeing something. I couldn't see a thing, could you?
Mm-mm. By all intents and purposes, she shouldn't be seeing anything either. Reflection-wise, unless it's a magic mirror, in which case... Corey sort of raises her head up and investigates like the sides of the mirror to see if it's got any like runic markings of any kind that would denote it to be magical in any means.
Corey, give me an Arcana check.
From sitting in front of the mirror, you just watch Orez like pop their knuckles like, I want to punch it. I want to break it.
22 on Arcana.
You know from many times that magic has a scent, a very unique feeling. And as you kind of open your senses, you almost feel this overwhelming icy cold coming from the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
But there's something beautiful and calm about it. And you would know that this power rivals Briar's.
As Corey is sort of peering up towards the mirror and sort of extending her senses out to it, she feels that power come over her, and she's not one who is particularly fond of the cold. But as it sort of spreads through her and she registers the sheer pressure of magical energy sort of weighing down on her, the book sort of like tumbles from her hand, and then she like falls off the bed like onto her knees in just utter shock.
Evil.
And turns to Ivo, who has some degree of magic, and says, "Can you not smell that? The magic."
You can also give me an Arcana check if you would like to.
Can I punch the mirror? I want to punch the mirror.
That's the wrong sheet. Arcana, here we go. That's +2. That is a 16 total.
You would get the overwhelming sense of just cold. And for you, the overwhelming power is terrifying. You don't feel the beautiful embrace of it. You just feel the cold.
I'll kind of grab Corey's book, fold it up, bring it in close, and then step in and like grab her kneecap. It's gotten a little bit colder in here.
It's gotten very cold.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. It's not that cold.
Zora's punching the mirror.
Orez is like backing up a little bit, cracks their knuckles, like cracks way too many things to be like a little
Cracks
concerning.
way too many
And then-
things.
And it's like, if you don't stop me, I'm punching it. 3, 2, 1, and then there's-
Wait. Calm down.
Damn it.
And you'll sort of see Xandra sort of like snap back too, as if she's, as you've noticed, she's sort of been somewhere else, but now she's very aware of everyone in the room. Sorry, I got a little wrapped up in that conversation. You couldn't see or hear her, could you?
Nah,
It was quite strange, no.
you're crazy. A little bit.
Well, she is indeed a little bit secretive. Okay, well,
Who is
That was the
this
thing.
she?
She's seeing things.
someone who is very important to people like me. a bit like a sort of mother, really.
So you're talking to your mom through a mirror.
Well,
All right.
I've never met her before, but she is kind of the. Well, I'll just spit it out. I have a new patron.
Oh,
I got a gift
so
from the Revenant Queen.
You spoke to the
Oh.
Revenant Queen
Who do I?
just now.
Ivo,
You
for
spoke
lack
the
of a
Mother
better way
Monsters just
to.
now.
She's the mother of monsters, and in particular. And she points at her own fangs.
I got those
She's
two.
sort of single-handedly responsible for making people like me and Niall.
So that's what I was feeling.
I can't believe I actually got visited from her.
Who are we talking about?
Normally,
Someone speak common, please.
The mother of all vampires just paid her a visit.
yes. I had no idea I could be noticed by someone of that level. Normally,
Senpai
you
noticed
have to
me.
Be, normally, you have to be a much higher level vampire than myself, and I was never sure. See, Niall used to brag about knowing her, but I was never actually sure if he actually met her, if that was more just of his same BS. But she has quite the presence. I wish you had seen her. She's something else.
I've never seen
But,
her. But I felt her.
Aye.
She gave me a contract.
At what cost? Aren't there usually costs for things like that?
About that.
Isn't it kind
That
of
is
like you have to
true.
do her bidding kind of thing? That's normally
No.
what I remember.
She didn't say much about that. She was quite sad about me having lost my previous contract. And with Lamra, my only condition was that I had to be her eternal friend. So, well, I'm not sure what she wanted. I have no idea at all.
Why don't
She
you just
seemed
call her
to be-
back?
It's a bit foolish to take a contract without reading the fine print of it. What do you think?
True, but hear me
Who
out.
did
Hear
it?
me
There was
out.
no contract. She didn't sign anything. Like, what are you talking about?
Do you have magic again? Can you do something? I don't know.
You didn't have magic? She's always had magic. What are we talking about?
I...
What happened?
Orez
I'm
wasn't
not-
here for that.
A lot happened. Man, where do we start?
She had no magic for a time. We fought Niall. We almost killed him. I died.
Niall!
And then I came back.
And you didn't tell me before!
You weren't here. We could not contact you.
I've
This is
been
what we
chasing
do.
you around this room for how long? You wouldn't even stop and listen to reason.
That's because you wanted the ring. You don't get the ring. The
I
ring is
wanted
mine.
to look at it. And then speaking of which, that's a very good point. Seeing as how I have magic again, please let me look at your ring.
We'll just kind of like waddle up and like. Fine. I'll just kind of hold out their hand with the ring, not taking it off, but just like showing it to you.
Let me see.
Sir DM, is
Nothing super.
Briar still
Go
in the
ahead,
room?
Chris.
I was gonna ask that actually.
While that was going on? Because surely, out of everybody, he can probably see her.
He mentioned her previously as well.
Or do
You
like,
see
show up,
Briar
pop off?
sitting at the end of the bed, just like legs kicking.
Could you see her?
Oh, you mean the Revenant Queen? Oh yes.
Yeah,
of course,
just happened
I-
over there with that mirror.
It's a tricky thing. She's lets whoever she wants see, but nobody else. Oh, trust me, I could feel the power. I knew she was in that mirror, but that's about all I knew.
Quite selfish. Don't let
Orez
me-
will just kind of look back over and be like, I'm gonna pummel you later.
You can try.
I will do. And then we'll focus back on Sandra.
So that being said, since I sort of just quickly looked through my sheet again to make sure I'm not able to use something I didn't realize I had before. As Xandra goes to inspect the ring, can she pick up any traces of whether or not the ring that Orez has on has any sort of malice in it?
Roll me an Arcana check.
Nah, it's just Orez.
It's just
The malice is Orez now. It's
The
ring
malice
from-
is Orez.
oof. It was a very good one. That was only a 13.
You can't sense anything from it. You sense magic, but you can't tell what type or anything.
Does she recognize the ring at all, as in like defining features, color, shape, size,
Of the ring,
markings? Yes. Like anything physical about the ring then.
you can see that it is a black chain that almost absorbs light. And it's in a constant spinning motion around Orez's finger.
Is it just a solid black chain, or
By looking at it and with that roll, it looks like it's pure dark magic rotating around
Okay.
their finger.
okay.
But you don't feel any malice coming from it.
Okay. Orez.
Hmm.
You didn't happen to you put this on as soon as you found it, I'm assuming, yes?
I found it. I also found the scroll. I took the scroll, then I put it on.
The scroll.
Mm-hmm.
Was the scroll with the ring?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Can I see that?
Why?
Pretty please, with a cherry on top.
Why?
If you've never had one, they're very delicious. Can I please have the scroll? It may
Why?
be important and it might tell us how your ring works.
I
And
already
it
read
might-
it.
Well, what does it say?
Isaac, what does the scroll say? Because Orez would have read the scroll.
You did not specifically say you read that scroll. You said that you
I thought-
stashed it and then put the ring on.
Well, you said if you read the scroll, so I assumed.
I said that there was handwriting. You never said you read it.
You didn't clarify very well. Or else let's pop it out and unroll it to read it.
These
It's-
semantics are great.
It is, as you open it up and you read it, you realize that this is a magic scroll
Mhm.
of chain lightning.
Oh.
It's not for the ring, and we'll roll it back. Like, won't read it out loud, just read it, roll it back up, and put it away.
How do you know that?
Because I can read it. Duh.
I missed
Then what does
Orez.
it? What does it for? It's not for the ring.
No. No. It's a spell scroll.
Fine. Fine.
I don't
Anyway.
give magic. I keep it.
Listen to me. Listen to me very carefully. You don't look like the you that we're used to, and the only thing new on you is what's on your hand. I would like to know, did Briar find you right after you put on this ring?
I don't know. I put the ring on, everything went black, and then I'm here and I'm on the floor. I'm gonna hurt him.
Everything went black.
I don't know.
You were unconscious.
Ask him. Ask him. I don't know.
Briar, and Xandra will sort of turn.
Yes.
Might you elaborate on the state in which you found our companion?
Laying on the floor.
What did they look like when they were
That.
on the floor? That.
That. Well, are they supposed to look different?
That's very interesting indeed.
Is it the ring? Is it your fault? I don't know.
Orez, do me a little favor.
Ah,
Take it off.
okay.
I'll just take it off.
As you Oh, y'all see that Orez is looking pretty hurt too. Like they got some cuts and some bruises, and
Unaffected.
What?
Yeah,
he
they
took
look better.
32 force
Thirty-
damage and got
I'm at
thrown into a
27
Fair
wall.
health,
enough.
you guys. I'm at 27
enough.
health.
Fair enough.
As
fine.
they slide the ring off, you see from the finger shadow starts seeping out, and from their eyes, and from their hair turns back into shadow, and you see them turn back into Orez's normal form.
Ah,
Very interesting. That's what I was wondering.
that's very useful.
Interesting indeed.
What?
We'll back
Look
over
like
to the
yourself
mirror.
again. Yeah.
I don't actually really know what myself looks like normally.
It's a shadowy figure.
It's like this.
As you look in the mirror, you see a black blob
Hmm.
of shadow
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
with
We'll
white
just kind of
teeth.
get like
What's your
really
cloak?
close up with the like glowing eyes and the teeth, and be like,
Mm.
Cool.
That's very interesting.
"Can I punch it now?"
Orez. No.
Why?
I wasn't talking to the mirror. I was talking to who was in the mirror. The mirror didn't
I
do
don't
anything,
care.
Orez.
I want to punch the mirror.
I do love your chaos, but this is anyway. Stay on task. I know it's difficult. I hate
What
it too.
task?
But listen
What
to
are we
me.
doing?
Listen, we are experimenting now. I would like
Boring.
you to do me one more favor.
What?
One more favor.
What?
I'm not going to take it. I simply want to borrow it. Put the ring on my finger.
Why?
I'm curious.
You better give it back.
DM, as
Give you the
Xandra
ring.
asks for this, what does the ring look like right now?
Black chain.
The same, like the exact same description as it
Exact
was
same.
before? Okay.
Is Earth with me?
Wherever you stash them.
Wherever you stash.
Puppy.
We'll just kind of give you the ring, sit down with a little bit of a pout, and start petting the dog like,
Mm. Yeah, Corey's petting Ivo, who she notices is still quite bristly, and says, "It wasn't that cold. It was quite refreshing, actually. Should you be standing near the hellhound, absorbing some of the warmth? Are you quite all right? Wasn't that cold."
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah. You know, Orez, Mom always said if you want to punch something, you should actually hug something instead.
Ah,
And he's going to, like, grab you and cast Cure Wounds.
like as soon
Yeah.
as soon as you wrap your arms around them,
they start squirming like, no, 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 no.
Now, don't you feel much better? And he'll
Ah,
let go. 11 points on your Cure Wounds for that.
I love it.
So cute.
So anytime you feel like punching something and it's not the occasion for it, just come here for a hug, all right?
Oh.
Okay.
and I'll just
Good
like
talk.
Fuck.
yes.
The dragon has yet to be found.
The dragon has yet to be found. That is fair.
They found the puppy though.
Found the puppy.
The
Dragon
little
be dragon.
The puppy wasn't lost. I had the puppy the entire time. It wasn't
Orez
lost.
was lost.
No, I wasn't. I knew where I
It's
was.
kind of like our puppy sometimes. Kind of like a puppy.
So
Mhm.
did one of you was there another one of you by any chance? And you
Nimbus
see-
wants to look for you, Orez.
Where is, wow?
You
I didn't
see
see it.
Briar kicking his feet and kind of like almost like a kid would do off the swing set. Just like,
Orez is gonna whip around, get up in his face, and be like,
Where is he? What did you do?
I don't know. I found this in the table. It was stabbed in, and he hands you a dagger and a piece of paper that you can tell the dagger was stuck through.
they'll just aggressively swipe it from his hands and like back up. Read the note.
You can tell that the page was torn out of Nimbus's sketchbook.
Immediately
And-
become concerned.
As you read the top line, it says, "I'm sorry I couldn't get to you in time." And then almost like a couple spaces down, it reads, "I've gone in search of Orez. In the rare event that I don't make it back before Orez is found, this knife is for them. May it keep them safe until I return." And as you look at the dagger, it's a very ornate blade that has a black handle, and the black almost veins up into this red blade.
Their like concern morphs into almost fear, and then to curiosity as they're looking at the blade. And then, like, for the first time since you've ever met Orez, they look touched. And I'll just flip around the dagger.
Corey and Ivo, how close are you to Orez right now?
That depends. Where is Orez right now?
By Briar, which is closer to the door.
Corey was by the beds. And
So
Eva was next to Corey.
you both would kind of like look over as Orez is kind of flipping this dagger through their fingers, and you would notice that it is the same material that your rapier is made out of, Corey.
Oh, yeah. We saw that before I explained it to Nimbus. He worked
This
very
is-
hard on that for you.
This is Orez's first time ever seeing this material.
Do you want to see something fun, Orez?
Sure.
You're not going to hurt your puppy. I want you to put the blade over its flames.
As you slowly lower the blade on the flames that are kind of dancing on this puppy's back, you see the red of the blade start glowing, and it holds the glow, and you almost see the black turn into, it has like a nice sheen on it now that it's heated.
That will be very useful if you ever come up against someone wearing armor or metal or anything of the sort.
You see
We'll
Briar.
look at Briar.
Yeah, Briar's just like tilting his head like, well, I haven't seen that in a minute.
Look at the blade. Look at Briar. With a look.
He's
We'll
just
look
like
at the rest of the
taunting-
people.
a taunting child, just like,
Yeah, we'll look at the rest of the
God,
group. Look back at Briar. Shadow teleport and go swing.
as you shadow teleport, the rest of you see in that instant Briar sticks out his hand, and as he does, a breastplate comes flying out of the pile of gold, and he catches it and holds it in front of his face, and as Orez appears and stabs, you all hear the tss as the blade goes right through the chest plate, and you see it stop right at the hilt, and it's right in front of Briar's nose, just like an inch away.
See, it's very fun.
Or as we'll just kind of start putting pressure down on the blade.
You're trying to put pressure down, not even budging a centimeter.
Sure,
Just
like it
holding.
gets to the point where their feet are no longer on the ground, as they're just laying on this breastplate.
And Briar's just like laying there, just holding it. Are they done yet? Can I
Now.
throw them?
Now,
Orez, Briar's fine. He's actually.
Are you
he's
sure?
actu-
He trapped
yeah, he's
me.
actually pretty cool. Is
He trapped me.
our size.
I mean, I could
It's
just call
not-
it a calamity.
Yeah, I mean,
So could
It does-
I.
he doesn't
Well,
have
like,
any.
pull out the blade and slide down.
Orez, to be fair, he's not my favorite. I'm just throwing that out there.
And what does Xandra look like now that she has the ring on?
Xandra, you know on all those animes when somebody gets mortally wounded and they have that really aggressive heartbeat?
Yeah.
When you slip that ring on, that's what happens. And you legitimately feel your heart start beating again.
Xandra, as some of this has been going on, will have turned around and looked in the mirror.
You can see yourself.
That tracks.
And as you're looking, you no longer have fangs. And your skin turns to a more human shade.
Interesting.
Is that what you looked like before?
Yes, indeed. I haven't seen myself in ages. Absolutely ages. You know, technically I've never seen myself as you know me. But, gosh, I forgot I look this good. Do I look this good as a vampire too?
You look very dashing as always.
Oh, goodness. Anyway, I have a theory. I was a little bit worried that this could have been something a bit, maleficent. However, I think it's quite the opposite.
Mafada what?
Bad.
I think it removes curses, or, for lack of a better way, perhaps masks curses in a way?
I thought it might restore
I'm
you to
not
what you looked
cursed.
like before.
Something of that nature. It's very intriguing one way or another. This is definitely something I could sell a lot of if I could get more of this.
Orez will
Anyway.
just snatch it off of your finger.
It's mine.
Did you
And
say
as they
now?
do, your reflection disappears and you can feel the fangs grow back and your heart stops.
I said I was only going to borrow it. Remember?
And then you talk about selling it. No.
No,
And we'll
selling
slide it
more!
in
I
your
want to
pouch.
find more. Who knows
It's
how many of
the-
those jargon has lying around?
It's the only one.
That's
And
unfortunate.
it's mine.
It's called the Ring of What Was.
Hmm.
He
Very
knew that there
yeah.
were survivors and wanted to give them their life back. And that was the first one he perfected.
Sentimental, that one. Anyway, dear, I do believe that is intended for people like yourself. You should wear it.
What does sentimental mean?
It means when you feel a certain like nostalgia or a warm, fuzzy feeling about the past.
I don't trust that.
As far as it goes, I believe that he probably intended for that to go to someone like yourself. So the nice thing is you get to choose. Wear it and
So you're
look as
telling
you
me
were.
he'll be fine if I have this?
Oh, on the contrary, I think he probably would have given it to you willingly.
Well,
And we'll just plop on the ground, clearly upset.
It's not so bad.
But
You
I
could be a
guess
Sata again.
my main point is
lovely
I
is that?
didn't give it to you. You took it, therefore it's not so bad on your end.
but if he was gonna give it to me anyway, I
We don't
wanted
know
to say
that.
Something he would miss.
Speculation.
We don't know that.
Speculation.
Something he would miss.
We don't know that. And it's yours now. And it's very useful.
I
For
tell you
what?
what, Orez, if you hate it so much, give it to me. I would love to have a
No!
heartbeat. See?
I mean, if he really wants to take something he'll miss, I mean, he has a whole fucking hoard right there.
That's what we were
Huh?
looking for then.
And for the first time, Orez will actually look at the room they're in.
You see literally just a mountain of gold and like swords and armor everywhere.
Like, you just watch their eyes get so wide.
And they're like, what is this place?
A dragon's hoard, I believe.
Yeah, we actually went through all that stuff. Found a few useful items. He was going to hold up the little mortar and pestle that he found. This thing's got some sort of magical properties, and things in it. So thought it might be useful for making some tea later. Might be nice.
Orez, are you looking in the pile?
Oh yeah, 100%. Like a chipmunk, just looking for an acorn.
Looking for an acorn. Give me a investigation check.
Ooh. Natural 20 for a 24.
Nice.
So as you are like a little chipmunk, as you said, just kind of running around everywhere trying to find something, anything, you see a reflection of yourself while you're digging through gold and stuff. You pull out this dagger, and the edge looks like shattered glass as you're looking at yourself, and it looks like there's cracks through your face and stuff. I am going to need you to add the Blade of Broken Mirrors dormant into your inventory.
Ooh.
That was waiting for a nat 20. Did you get it?
Yeah.
And as you're kind of digging and crawling and going through all this stuff, you almost hear a whisper coming from your left as you are digging and searching and looking around. And it's like your ear kind of twitches a little bit now that you have one. And you kind of like move over a little bit and you hear it again and you move over a little bit. You hear it again, you move over a little
It's
bit.
not even move over a little bit. Like they're.
You do that. And you see a little iron flask with a cork in the top of it. Go ahead and add the iron flask to your inventory as well. And if you're looking for gold, you may also add 2,000 gold pieces to your inventory.
How many pieces?
2,000.
Ooh.
And I will also let all of you go and get gold as you see Orez just like all in like a little bag. And it kind of reminds you guys about, you know, the horde.
How much can we take?
Roll me a flat d20.
Excellent question.
9.
Oh.
You said 9? You can get 900 gold pieces.
Good, because Cora wasn't really looking for gold. She was looking for most of any jewels that were around.
Hmm. For that one, I will have you roll an investigation. Xandra, you get 500 gold pieces. You're already wealthy enough.
19. That was chump
19.
change for Sandra.
Pocket change. I was just thinking, I was like, it's just pocket change.
You find 2 diamonds,
Mhm.
5 rubies, and if this was Skyrim, a flawless sapphire.
Thank you.
Ivo, are you going for gold as well or no?
It's got no need for it.
Fair enough.
Oh boy. I
Ivo.
should not have this.
You see Briar holding eye contact with you, Ivo. And he just gives you a nod, almost like, I understand. And you see him hop off the bed. Well, we have some intruders. I'm gonna go take care of them real quick. And he walks out the door.
Do you know where we can find Jargon, perhaps?
Well, he should have been on the island, but now that the barrier's gone, I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to check on Lamra.
Right.
And you see him stop for a second. And he puts his hands together like this. And closes them, and you see him almost like Doctor Strange, but it's like a blood red as he pulls it apart. And you see that it opens this little hole almost in space, and he grabs it and he widens it. And as he does that, you see the landscape of the island from above, and it's just circling around, going in bigger circles, kind of scouting the entire island. And it zooms in on a spot, and you can tell that it's right outside the doors that you came in at. And you see 6 laughing horrors. And it zooms back out, scours a little bit more. You see it go across water and start circling around a destroyed tree. Big tree, almost as big as Zreso. And it zooms in, and you see laughing horrors walking inland. And it zooms out. And you see it just dart. And you see it zoom in, and you see a black dragon sitting on top of a tree, talking to a queen on a throne. And it zooms out. Yep, he's with Lamra. And he slams his hands together, and it closes. I'm assuming they probably got sealed over there, but like I said, I got horrors outside I need to go take care of. And as he steps forward, you see the ground crack where he steps, and a red energy lifts from his foot as he steps through this gate, and it slams closed behind him again.
Before it fully slams closed, you just hear Orez, "Good night!"
Never mind.
I was about to ask him if he needed help, but I guess that's a no. Also, I was about to ask Sandra, you have magic now, so you could probably talk to Amra?
Well, how's your teleporting?
Right.
That's a very good question.
Yes, Victor.
Damn it, Victor. That is a very good question. Let's go ahead and test it. Xandra will attempt to teleport back to the entrance of this little Underdark city that they're in.
With everybody?
Just by herself to test it first.
So how does that look for you? How visually is teleportation?
To them, it's almost like she's there and then she's just suddenly not, as if they blinked and they missed her.
And as you kind of blip into non-existence, that is where we're going to take our 10-minute break.
Mm-hmm.
Stay tuned for the next half of episode 6, Another Dies.
I don't like that name.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and creatures of all shapes and sizes. This is To Be Diced, your daily dose of trauma and drama. Don't mind me. Anyway, back to Season 1, Episode 6, Another Dies. Thank you for tuning back in. I see 4 of you have hopped back into session here, unless it's you 4. But anyway, I appreciate anybody and everybody that is here watching. Don't forget, this Friday, Chris? We'll start with this. Dimensional Dial tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 9. I can't remember. One of those
We're
two.
gonna fight a dragon.
We're going to fight a dragon. Friday, we have Chris's Tales of Arden. I would tell him to give you like a little bit of a thing, but he just says, come and watch. So do that. And that starts at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 7 for you guys?
Yeah, so 7 Central, yeah.
And then we have Frontiers of Eberron on Sunday, I believe, premiering at 8 p.m. So tune into all of our shows, and then this one will be again in 2 weeks, and you will see what befalls our wonderful players. But anywho's, it's back to the moment at hand. Xandra, you are teleporting, correct?
Correct. To test, she teleported back to the entrance since it's a location that she knows. With a little bit of distance, she teleported back to the entrance to the underground city.
Which part of the entrance? Like outside?
No, inside. So she's gonna stay inside where the city is, but just go back to where they came through.
So the bottom of the stairs?
Yes.
So you teleport, and as you land at the door, you see a corpse.
Is it right near me at the foot of the stairs?
It's
Or do I see
halfway
it?
in the open area of the village. So you know how the door dropped open?
Mm-hmm.
Its body is laying over the threshold. And as you look, its body starts deforming and turning into black sludge and seeping into the ground, just like the laughing horrors do when they die.
Okay. Xandra will stay on the city side of the door, but will approach the door and essentially start inspecting for any other traces of magic that she can pick up, foul play, that kind of thing.
Roll me an Arcana.
Hmm.
And I will remind you do have the coins. If you use them, they flip over to the DM disadvantage, and then he can use them to turn them back to advantage for you guys.
Right. Ooh, we're gonna flip.
If you flip, just go ahead and type it in private chat. Flip. That way I know.
Okay. Oh, wait. Hang on a minute.
Corey, how many days has it been since you got that book?
When did we arrive?
Ivo, has it been 2 days now since you guys made it to Jargon's castle? So
You mean
2 days? So 48 hours? You need what, 80?
80.
Cool.
Doesn't the advantage reset every game?
Yeah,
every game.
Every
so
game or
every game. Yeah.
So what happens, Pixie, is you have advantage. As soon as you use the advantage, the coin flips over, and then,
Right, and
I
then
can have
you-
disadvantage to give to you, but it
Yep.
resets it.
Regardless if he makes it flip over again at the beginning of the next session, it all resets.
never mind.
Ooh,
New one.
nice.
What was the roll? Oh. Okay.
Nice.
Okay. With a 25, was that a natural 20 or was that not a natural 20?
That was a natural 20.
You need to tell me these things. You get so much more juicy
Come on,
information.
Pixie.
Funny.
What's it matter?
A nat
Celebrate.
20.
It's a natural
No,
20.
Woo!
Like, okay, a natural 20 for me with skills, it's a crit. I know it's not technically rules by written. I will
Okay.
always give you more information if it's a nat 20. It's like
Okay, fine. It's
on
a
an
natural
attack,
20.
it does double damage. You get like double the information.
Okay.
So with that natural 20, that disgusting natural 20, you would feel the same energy of, it almost feels like dread and anxiety mixed into one. And that is the residue that Briar leaves behind when he teleports. So that's basically the taste or the scent of his magic.
Mm.
And you feel that at the door as this body is decomposing. And then you sense it again, the same as the teleportation away again. So basically you feel his energy there, but then you specifically feel two different portals, one when he appeared here and one when he left here.
Okay.
Almost like a magical footprint that you can follow.
Okay. Can I assume that this is a horror that Briar has just killed?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Can Xandra see any ways to close this door back up again?
You would know that basically a little touch of magic from the inside can close it, but you can also sense all the wards that are guarding from anything dark and menacing. Now that you have your magic back, you can feel the intensity with that nat 20. You know that there are so many fail-safes in this door. Unless Briar was to come down here and take it down himself, or a god of equal strength, it wouldn't come down.
So essentially for us, we can walk through the door, but horrors cannot?
No.
Okay.
But you can assume that he was basically just overcautious and killed it before it got to the door.
But it ended up on the threshold of the door.
It
Okay. Interesting. So its dead body managed to get through halfway through the... As Xandra takes stock of these wards, can she find any chinks in the armor, any weaknesses in the wards that are new?
Good questions. As you are re-examining, you can almost feel a dark weave of magic slowly disarming the wards.
Mm-hmm.
And the sense and the scent and the feeling you get from it is dread that you have never experienced before. I will let you have one more question with that nat 20 that I will answer off that roll.
Okay. It's more an action than it is a question. Xandra is going to attempt to reclose the door and experiment with ways to close it back up again.
How are you closing it?
she will start by inspecting for any physical buttons, levers, anything on the side of the door that would look similar to the puzzle that was on the other side.
You are kind of glancing over, and you see that there's carvings and runes around the exterior of the door where there's nothing that you can see behind it. How it's just the door sitting there. And you start reading a language that you know you shouldn't be able to read without casting magic. You are currently reading Abyssal.
Okay.
And you can tell that there's basically a key code of runes to close the door from where you're at. And reading it, you can very distinctly tell which ones to hit. Because it's made for basically to protect, so most people in here would be able to read it, and if they weren't, there's designated people.
So it's kind of like a security code pad, like if I
yes.
hit the right things in the right order, it'll lock up.
But reading around the outside, you can tell that there's different numbers placed throughout all of these runes, and you being able to read Abyssal and only that compared to all of these languages, you just pick out basically the correct digits to do the code.
Okay.
I was going to give you numbers, but I don't think it matters.
Probably not. So then if that's the case, then yeah, Xandra will be following the instructions that she reads, being able to use her warlock magic again, and she will attempt to do the code and make the door close.
As you hit the last couple buttons, the door starts to close. And it seals.
Okay.
You were expecting something worse. I could see it in your face.
No. I don't know what you're talking about. Xandra will one more time inspect the door and check for whether or not she can tell a difference in the defense. Since she's feeling the wards start to weaken, she'll inspect the door one more time to see if it feels secure now that it's closed.
So this will be the last use of your natural 20. And as you are inspecting, you close the door, but you can still feel that darkness eating away at the defenses.
Okay. With that, she will immediately teleport back to the group.
So it was almost like a split second. You see Xandra just think, and then right back.
And she comes back.
Okay.
She's been gone an awful long time. Do you think we should... Oh, never mind.
Okay, one, good news. That works again. That's very useful to me. Second thing, I don't like what's happening at the door, and she'll look towards Corey directly. The wards are starting to weaken. Something is eating away at them. The door was still open. Briar clearly has killed a laughing whore at the threshold. I didn't like its placement at all. It shouldn't be able to go through the wards at all, and yet clearly the dead body was strewn across the threshold, half in, half out.
What door?
Shouldn't it? The door to the city. The door to the city in which we came.
I haven't been outside.
In due time, my dear, in due time. Now, Corey.
Yes.
I did close the door again, just to be safe, but I don't like what I'm seeing. It's getting weaker steadily and surely, and I don't know how much closing the door physically is really going to help in the end, but I figured, well, at least it made my nerves feel better closing it versus leaving it open.
Would we be able to have a look?
Would you like to go?
I would like to go. Who wants to go?
You're not going anywhere without me. You know that, right?
What are we doing?
All
the door.
right, this is how it's going to go. Ivo, I want you to hug Kore. Kore, you hold on to me. Orez, you come here and hold on to me as well.
Why?
Just come here.
Why?
So we all go to the same place at the same time. No more disappearing for you.
I can't promise that. I'll wander over and just kind of like poke. This is Xandra. Not even grab, just like consistently poking.
You might
For
get
good
to fight
measure,
something.
Xandra will wrap her arm around your shoulder and just sort of hug you a little bit tighter.
Yeah.
Everybody take a nice deep breath in. Good.
So I will put this out there.
Mm-hmm.
This will be the last time that I am going to let you
That's fair.
teleport without using spell slots. And I added a spell. Now that you have 4th level spells and it's Dimension Door, basically doing what you're doing with all of them, you should be able to take everybody with you if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
You can only take one person with Dimensional Door.
Can you?
One
Yeah,
person
one.
of your size or smaller.
What? Okay, I will retcon that. You can take the full group if you wanted to.
Okay.
Huzzah.
Because I'm
Homebrew.
awesome and I am the DM,
No,
which
it
is higher than the
it
gods
does
of the
let me
Pantheon.
only take it does only let me take one.
Shh,
I knew
I'm
that,
the
but since
DM.
you asked if I was taking the whole group, I figured I would try and see.
I will also say, Xandra, your patron's now the goddess of magic, so you can probably bend spells to a degree if the
Bend a few
DM wills
rules.
it. If the DM
Boy.
wills it. So that checks
Yeah,
out,
so
actually.
I can.
It does.
So we could say it is a more powerful version of my teleportation now.
I
like
will
it.
say, how about
with
this?
that.
How about this? For Dimensional Door, once a day, you can teleport as many, up to 10 people at once.
Okay.
Nice.
So
Very
once
nice.
per day, you can completely
In a rescue
exceed-
situation, that's actually okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So go ahead and write that down before we continue. That way you don't forget. But basically, what I will give you, depending on the spell, I will have to determine as we go. But I will say, one time per day, you can overpower a spell with the magic of the patron that you now have. So basically, that is if you use that on Dimensional Door, that's how you can teleport.
To
10
overpower
people.
one of my own spells.
Yes.
Okay.
So you can use it on anything, but in this moment, you would be using it for Dimensional Door. But like I said, this is the last time I'm letting you do it without a spell slot, so you haven't used it yet.
I love that the spell's name is Dimension Door, but because we're used to playing Dimensional Dial, we switched the name.
He cast Eldritch
Not me
Blast for like 10 beams.
correcting the name.
I saw it already.
I had to put it up there.
Thank you for traveling Xandra Air, by the way.
Yeah, Xandra.
So, you teleported everybody to the door.
Mhm.
Or as you land and you kind of look around, you see the door in front of you, but it's just the door frame. If you look past the door frame, there's nothing behind it. It's just a door on the other side. And as you look around, you see an entire civilization around you. And you see kids
Where did we
running,
go?
and satyrs running, and centaurs running, and all these different races just playing and giggling and selling stuff and going to taverns together and makeshift houses.
Where is this?
Underneath the castle.
Very specific.
Well, it is.
And
We
they're,
don't know
like-
more than that.
Like, for the first time that you've seen Orez in public places, but they're kind of frozen in place, looking very uncomfortable.
sight of this bother you, Orez?
It's a story. Did they see the vision that Jargontarth showed Orez, or is that just for Orez?
That was just you.
Cool. They just look very
Or
uncomfortable.
as I remember, wasn't it just for them?
I think it was just
Yeah.
for me.
Yep. We got 2 voted that it was just for you.
Yeah, because Nimbus acted when you started crying and didn't know why.
Mm-hmm. They just look very uncomfortable.
Mm.
Just like, what the fuck?
Mm. How is the door looking at this moment? Just as Zandra had left it, or has it developed in any way?
It's closed. If you want to see the magic going along with it, you would have to roll me an Arcana.
That is a whole 8. But will Zandra guide me through what she had done before to assist?
I will let you have the help action, yes.
Absolutely, she will.
I made it worse. That was a not 1 for a 7. She started looking at Abyssal like, what did you do? And it's because she doesn't speak Abyssal.
Fair.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Xandra, how do you explain what you did?
Well, so a fun little fact about having a patron back and being able to actually partake in my designated warlock things. I can actually read that. Those are basically, think of it a bit like a security code. It's like, you press the buttons in the right order, and then the whole thing just sort of goes whoosh, and it locks right back up. Nice and tight.
So, like a very complex locking mechanism.
Exactly.
But runic magic
I
one.
am
Okay.
able to read in Abyssal the code to the lock, and thus relock the door. If that makes sense. I just followed the
Cora-
instructions.
I believe you. I can't read those instructions at the moment. However, Cora is going to call on Lady Lux and ask if she is able to feel the magic around this door and whether she's familiar with it at all.
Just the goddess of light in your back pocket. Light and hope.
Yeah,
You gave
It's
us
very-
gods to use. We're using
use
them.
them.
Don't be so disappointed.
Use them, Chris.
yeah.
Use
And like
them.
Lux is willing to help, so Cora is going to use her help. Why waste that? Also, she doesn't like Lux to be lonely, so she likes to include her when possible. It's very Venom and Brock type situation.
So, what are you looking for?
Zandra, you said the ward was weakening? What did you feel?
It's almost like a dark web of sorts is eating away, piecing it apart bit by bit. Like it's making the wards deteriorate.
So I guess
You all see the same thing that happened before, where it's this figure of pure light kind of leans out from Kore and touches the door. And as she does, you see her fingers start to turn black, and she yelps and pulls her hand back.
what happened? Are you alright?
That is the blackbird. He's here.
Is that name familiar to Corey at all?
It is the god of shadows and dread.
Is that name familiar to Orez?
I'd say so.
Is he known to be the malevolent sort?
He is known. Roll me a history check.
How much would you say Orez would know about this dude?
Roll
That
me a
is a
history
nat
check.
20 or
A
24.
nat 20?
That's what all those shitty rolls were for.
Y'all are killing me with these.
That's all also a natural 20. But it's only a 21.
I can't with you guys. I can't with you guys.
I don't even apologize.
Corey, you would know during the war that the creator was split, the moment called Iozakai's tear. A god named Merle, the blackbird, chose the winning side, which was not the creator. And from the teachings that your mother and your aunts have bestowed upon you, they have drilled into you loyalty for those you care about, and also taught you never to trust the shadows and the darkness, because Merle has always betrayed, and he always chose the winning side, and he would act the part, and in the end he would always stab you in the back to get what he needed to get for himself. A very selfish deity. Or as you would know most of that, the only thing you would know why he's called the god of dread and darkness. He feeds off of it. If there's darkness, the more powerful he gets. You can put two and two together that as the darkness is covering the land, the more powerful Merle is getting. He's called the Black Bird because he has these wings, and they are like the wings of a crow, but mixed with the wings of angels. And he wears all black armor that looks like heavy plate and travels with a great sword slung over his back. And the legends say when that sword is drawn, dread comes.
Would Orez know... How do I phrase this? Orez would know that he's typically a malevolent god, but would Orez have been raised by people who really believed that?
Yes.
Cool.
Zandra, at the back of your minds, given who your patron is, you get like the faintest inkling of like frivolous traitor. But it's very much hypocritical, because the Revenant Queen is also quite focused in her own thing. But she will still call him a frivolous traitor anyways. Kore, knowing what she knows, is going to sort of, knowing what magic is weaving through the runes, she would attempt, DM if you allow it, to cast Dispel Magic on the threads beginning to corrupt the wards.
I will allow you to try.
Such a wonderful sign.
That's alright. And then, since I have the Lady of Light with me, she's going to say, Lux, if you are able to lend me your strength at this moment, I would very much appreciate it. What would you like me to roll, Isaac?
Roll me a d20 with advantage, and I will let you add your arcana. But I will also tell you that the DC is very high.
And I want to tell you I rolled a nat 20 for 26.
Screw your high DCs.
Get wrecked.
You guys are
This is gonna come back to bite us in the butt later.
me.
I'm calling it right now.
You are talking to the one who is quite familiar with dark magic.
You stick your hand right on the rune that you feel is getting torn apart by this darkness. And as you touch it, you feel the hand of Lux trace yours and touch the same. And as you do, in your mind, you see the hand of Lux start to turn black a little bit. And almost as you will it to disperse, you see a flash of light, and all of you visibly see the light flash. And as you do, it's almost like ashes from a fire. The black just disperses. But you can still see that there's a hole in the wards.
As she's dispelling the magic, Corey mutters, "I know who you are, Blackbird, and your touch is not welcome in this place." And then the flash of light happens.
As that happens, you feel the ground tremble. And what you guys hear is almost like mountains shattering. And you guys see stars for the first time down here. And as you look up, where there was once almost a pocket dimension, you see part of the Cage Mountains ripped. And it looks like the mountain shattered and part of it was just torn off. And you see it sliding off of the mountain. And in the moonlight, you see this figure with wings directly in front of the moon. And as you see that figure, Corey, you feel eyes boring into you. And as it is, you feel it going into your mind, and it's almost like trying to detect your thoughts. You see a figure, small, quarter of the size. You just see a flash launch out of the trees, and you see the figure flip over and heel kick right in the face, and you just see the body of the black bird shoot down, and you feel the earth shake again as you see glowing red eyes, and you see scars on the arms of this kid, faintly glowing red. And he floats in the air for a second, and then he shoots down following.
So the gods are fighting again.
I was just going to double check. Do we recognize that second kid as Briar?
It is Briar. Okay. You can see the chains coming out of his elbows, glowing a faint red at the tips, where it's broken. Almost like that red energy that he released when he teleported.
Cora is going to turn to Zandra and say, "While they're occupied, should we try to repair the wards now? Before anything else can come in."
Best seeing as how I'm not really sure that even though you and I have the aid of gods, I'm not really entirely sure we can fight a god.
My sentiments exactly. We should leave a god to handle a god for now.
Exactly. Support team, that is what we are. Pit crew, if you will. Actually, that doesn't make sense in this dimension. Forget I said that. Anyway.
Roll deception.
Not the pit crew.
What about all these people here? While that's going on out there, should we get them as far away from it as possible?
That's actually not a half bad idea. Okay. I want a group vote just to be sure, because we did promise that we wouldn't do this. But if
Circumstances
Corey and
change.
I stand here and work on the wards, do you two think you can get people to safety?
There's not a
You are
chance I'm leaving about 2 feet from Corey, ever.
You are the fastest. We might need you. I'll be fine. I'll be right here. You can see me. Just this once and never again, okay?
I'll climb up Corey and make eye contact with Zandra. I'll hold you personally responsible, do you understand?
That
anything
is
happens to him.
absolutely. I wouldn't have it any other way. Trust me, if
Right.
circumstances weren't what they were, we are two magic users, and I think that we can actually try to do this if we work together. But those people are also equally important, just as important as the rest of us.
Right, understand. All right, Orez, you are for some speed.
You all feel the earth shake again. And as you look up, you see Briar's body launched. And as you watch him flailing, almost like a rag doll, you see wings. You hear just the beat of wings, and wind blows everywhere. You see trees start to collapse, and you see this figure shoot back up into the sky, and you see him grab his sword and slide it out.
You see Orez slinking back towards the shadow. Scared.
Orez, the exact words pop into your head. When his sword leaves the sheath, darkness reaps, and people weep.
There's this terror that has filled their eyes as they're just backing away.
Orez, where are you going? We've got to get these people out of here.
Do I see the figure in the air? You do?
You're muted.
You do. You do. I was apologizing. I'm like, I apologize to the viewers. I will eventually get it so you can just look underneath of me. But I just got off work and I couldn't throw it together. But players, if you look at Discord, that is
Smash.
Merle, the Blackbird.
I went through and pinned every single one of those gods' images. I know exactly which ones you're talking about as you're describing
I already
them.
called Smash the first time I saw him, so I was like, oh yeah.
But yes, Ivo, you see him draw his sword.
See Orez backing away.
Orez slips off the ring and pockets it. And almost fades into the shadow.
Real quick before we end up in a really bad tussle, can I get a yes or no?
I would say so.
Don't say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay.
At this point, Evo's got his bow out and his hand on the string.
Orez is gone again. What do I do?
I'm not gone, just hiding.
Why are you hiding? We've got to get these people out of here.
Do you know who that is? Do you know what
No.
happens when that sword is drawn?
I shoot it out of his hand. I don't know.
When that sword is pulled from the sheath, darkness reaps, and people weep. That is a legend I was told when I was young. Nothing good happens when that sword is drawn.
You know, legends are told and stories are written, but reality can be changed.
What do you expect to do against a god?
My best. And he shoots.
Ah!
Roll to hit.
Evacuate.
I kid you not. Natural.
Yes.
When
Is it
the
with
evacuation team turns into the front line.
is it with the bow?
It is.
Roll me damage.
Oh my gosh.
The evacuation team is also a defense team. That checks out.
So if you remember correctly, it is normal longbow damage,
Okay.
but you add 2d12s if it's anything like a fiend or an undead. And he is considered one of the atrocities.
Okay.
Okay, so that is a.
Shoot, it's crit damage. Oh my gosh, wait a second.
How much damage is the longbow?
It's a D8.
So that's 8, that'd be 24, that'd be 32 damage flat. Go ahead and roll and add everything else.
Would you say I get sneak attack?
Yeah? He's not looking at you.
So that's 2d6 more, which is another 12. So that brings it to 44. And then I rolled a 7, a 4, and a 9. So 7, 4 is 11, 20, right? No. Yeah. 11, 9 is 20.
I vote turning into the damage per second player.
DPS, man! I did not expect that at all. Oh, wait a second. Hang on. I have the assassin. What does that do? Assassin.
If you attack first, it's an auto crit. That's
Oh,
all
okay.
that does.
So there's no extra on that.
I don't think
man.
so.
Should have cast Hunter's Mark. Anyway. Yeah. Nope, that's it.
I will let you, if you would like to, cast Hunter's Mark.
Big money.
You're sneak attacking. You have a second to breathe if you want to add that in there.
Yeah. We'll do that. So Hunter's Mark is an extra. I think it's an extra D6. That's 3. So 72 points of damage with Grendir on that natural 20.
Good Sir Chris.
Mm-hmm.
Roll me a percentile dice.
Percentile dice. That is a 20.
Okay. You knock your arrow, pull it back, and as you do, the arrow forms, and it forms as fast as you pull that string back. And it's almost like you give it a little extra pull, and you let it go. You have never shot your bow more true. And you see it go and pierce right in the neck. And as it does, you see him almost stop flying for a second and almost stumble sideways a little bit. And he grabs the arrow, and as he goes to pull it out, you see vines shoot out and wrap around his throat and start wrapping around his body, and you see it restrain his arms, and you see him almost loosen his grip on his sword, and it goes to fall, and he locks his hands back on it, and you see him break out of these roots, grabs the arrow, rips it out, and as he does, you can almost see a sprouting bud on the end of your arrow, and he looks down at you and throws it back. Does a 27 hit?
Can I
Yeah.
intercept?
Silvery barbs.
Does a 20 hit?
Yes.
Can I jump in front of Ivo?
It happens so fast. You can't even blink. Ivo, as you shoot, you see it hit him. You see Grendir wrapping around, and you must hear a voice in your head. He's too powerful. As he rips the arrow back out and he throws it. You take 43 piercing damage.
Okay.
And he turns to you, and you see him slowly start to descend. And in that moment, you feel the earth shake and the ground crack as you see Briar land in front of you. And you see him reach out to the right, grabbing red energy, reaching out to the left, grabbing red energy. And it's almost like that scene in, I think it was Avengers, when Captain America grabs the helicopter and he's pulling it back in.
Winter Soldier.
You see everything straining as you look at this kid in a new light, and he's not past 14 years old when you're looking at him. And you see him, and you see the mountain start to crack and crumble as he is pulling and extending each side of this mountain and closing the gap that Merle broke in the side of the mountain. And you see him lose his grip with his right arm, and he reaches out again. And as he does, you see a sword pierce his arm, and it falls to the ground as you see Merle's sword stabbed into the ground in front of you, inches away from you. And you can tell by looking that as he threw it, it grazed the side of the mountain and just veered it off the course to hit beside you instead of hitting you. And you see Briar's right arm hit the ground, and you hear, it's almost like in slow motion, you all hear the chain rattle as it hits the ground. And you see Briar reach out with his left arm, grabbing the same energy, and throws it up. And as he does, you see a mountain form out of the ground and completely seal the city back underneath, separating you from Merle. And you see Briar fall to one knee. He's more powerful than he's ever been. And you can tell that it's through gritted teeth. And as you look over, you see this black liquid coming out of his mouth like blood. And you can see that it's tinged with gold.
Is he afflicted with something now?
You, from your nature and your family, have heard stories about gods bleeding black and gold. And some bleeding red and white.
Corey will clarify for Briar, that is your blood, and not lingering darkness. Is that right? I would hope so.
You are correct. And you hear him crack his neck. He brought more than I thought that there ever was. And you see him push himself back up. You know, when darkness covers, world after world begins to rival calamity, one would say. And you see him grab his arm and stick it back on and start rotating as you see black and gold restitching it back together as he rotates it. And you see that it's actually on backwards, but it twists back into place. And he makes a fist. I'm not sure how many more of those I can take. And he grabs Merle's sword, and you see him throw it back. And as he does, you see it shoot back through the mountain. And as it does, through the little gap, you see it hit one of the wings and sever it as Merle starts to fall. He grabs both strands of red and closes that hole again.
However, Cora is going to reach out to you. Take 17 points of healing as you cast your wounds, and another 7 on top of that as she uses healing hands for 24 points of healing in all.
Oh,
See, I'm not the one you should be worrying about.
I had it under control.
You did. That was a brilliant shot.
That was quite a nice one. Thanks,
It
Grandia.
was a very good one. Now,
Yes,
At
it
least we
was
know that they can
indeed
bleed now.
incredibly reckless, seeing as how you just told me to not let anything happen to this one.
Yeah, don't let
Mate.
anything happen to her.
Ivo, if
My
you shoot,
fate is sealed. I'm completely doomed. So I might as well take the shot while I've got it.
Listen
you are
to
not.
me.
You do.
And she'll grasp him by the shoulder, and she will also cast Cure Wounds on Ivo. Because we're not doing this thing where you're going to take all this damage.
I'm fine.
Give me 2 seconds. Give yourself another 19.
Oh my gosh.
And as Xandra grips Ivo by the shoulders and casts her Cure Wounds spell on him as well, if you shoot a god in Corey's presence, might you consider the domino effect that may have on Corey's well-being?
Puka doesn't think that far ahead. I'm sorry.
You hear a thud
I might have been
on the
inclined
door.
to shoot too.
But
These two have
Fine.
a single brain cell between them when they're together like this. As soon as one of them gets hurt, it's like, oh no, no. One out.
It's like seasons of Supernatural. You're just sacrificing yourself.
So, these wards.
Where did the thud come from? On this side of the door or the other side?
Other side.
Corey, did you hear that?
Did I hear that? Or was I too busy
Everybody.
yelling it?
As you're like mid yell, you feel the door shake next to you.
What seems to have gone on? Is there anything we can see through the doorway or sense anything?
Solid.
My hunter's mark is still active. Can I think with hunter's mark I can sense which direction
can.
my quarry is in. Is that
You
what's
felt
coming from the
him
other side of the door?
fall from the sky, hit the ground, and stayed where he hit.
Okay, so he's this entity is not the one banging on the door. So at least
He
it's
is not.
Okay. Right. So that's not good. What do we do? And I'm asking Briar, is there a place for these people to be more safe than they are? Is there a place where we can hold up and protect and get ready for an onslaught if that's what we're here to do?
You see his chest rising and falling very heavily.
We'll fight. We'll do the fighting. I mean, I can only speak for myself, but you've done quite a bit.
If I don't fight, everyone here's dead. He rivals me in power now. And you see that his face is that dead serious that you rarely see in him. He was there back then. During the tear. He's the one that invaded my home. And you see him stand up a little straighter. I will distract him. And I'll have enough power left to protect the people. So if you need to go, you go.
Are you sure you'll be alright?
He kind of turns to you, Corey, and gives you a little smirk. But it doesn't break the stern expression. I'm the God of Calamity. It's what I do.
Just don't die, alright?
How convinced does he seem of himself with my passive 19 insight?
I love those
Cheat code.
casual reminders. My passive 19.
You can tell he's almost certain he's not going to make it out of this.
What can we do to assist you before we go? Anything for your wards? Anything for your people? You don't lie to her face, Sandra. That's a bold ass move.
Wait, what did you say?
You don't lie to someone raised by foe.
Yeah, that's fair enough. He kind of looks over all of you. No. Kelma said it herself. You all are the deciding factor. Which means if you guys survive, there's a chance for everybody's tomorrow. Just because there's not a chance for mine doesn't mean that I won't make the sacrifice. That's the difference between me and Merle. Plus, I'll be able to see my family again.
Just reading the group chat. What do you mean we can't get out easily, Sandra?
Her big teleport we already used.
I thought that was the one that didn't use up a spell slot.
Yeah, it was the one that didn't use up.
So you still
That's
have
your
one.
last free blippy.
So you can use another blippy.
That would have been helpful, reminder-wise, when I messaged you. Never mind. I do have a plan. I absolutely have a plan. Xandra will, after listening to Briar, have a very grave look on her face, and she'll sort of look around to the city. I had hoped that I wouldn't have to feel this feeling again. I sincerely hope for a miracle for you. I know I didn't hit it off on the right foot with you. And for that, I apologize now. But to the rest of us, if we leave immediately, I know a place that we can go. It may not, it depends on if he has been there, but it's better a chance than any, as we need to leave immediately.
So we're just leaving? No plan? Not going to help these people?
I don't think there's anything we can do.
Here, guys.
This is war, and war is unspeakably cruel. He will do what he can. And maybe he will get extremely, extremely lucky. But what I can do for the four of us is take us to hopefully a safe place.
Where's
If it's
safe
magic,
place?
We can't leave Nimbus.
Nimbus isn't even right here.
I'm not leaving Nimbus behind.
I can teleport us back into this dimension. I'm only going to take us out of it for a moment to get us away from this.
If that god is here, I'm not leaving without Nimbus.
When Orez says that, Kore is going to turn towards the door and say, "Speak, who's there?" And see if they got any response back.
You're calling out to whatever's on the other side of the door?
Mm-hmm.
You hear nothing.
Do you have any way of contacting Nimbus, Orez?
We never had enough money to get anything like that.
That's alright. Just one moment. Do I... 1 second, I'm just saying... I do. Kore is going to try and cast Sending to Nimbus. To ask, where are you? Can you get out? We need to leave. Come to the door. In the dungeons. City below.
As you reach out to send that message, it goes to go out from you. And right as it hits the door, you feel an overwhelming power from the other side of the door grab your message and basically shove it back at you.
Do I need to step outside? Really? Really?
Or as you didn't see him at all while you were wandering around the castle.
Wasn't exactly looking. I thought he was with you.
He went off to look for you. We offered to help, and he said just it'd be best for him to go by himself.
Did I see any signs of Nimbus while I was up?
The only thing that you would have noticed was where there was a dagger stabbed into the table. But the dagger and paper wasn't there anymore.
He didn't do the call. He didn't do any of the knocks. I'm not leaving without him.
Is the door fully closed or can we still exit it? Is it just like blocking off the horrors and whatnot?
It's
Is it
closed. You can still open it and go through if you wanted to.
Would doing so allow anything to come in that has been warded against it?
Not that you know of. But you
Okay.
also know that some of the wards were corrupted.
If something
If
does,
it's corrupted, something might as well get in.
if something does try to come through, I have something. So, if you want to try it, we can try something.
Kore will open the door and step through and immediately try to cast that sending again if she doesn't see a friendly face on the other side.
As you open the door, you are met by a face. There's a lady sitting where the statue originally was of the goddess. And you see a red throne that she's sitting on. If you'd all go look in chat. You see this woman sitting with long flowing black hair, the tips of her hair turning to liquid, almost like blood. You see a crown of almost like antlers coming off of her head on both sides. You see her dress is flowing in this beautiful red, but as you examine it closer, it's a constant flowing pool of blood going off of her body. And as she's sitting there, you see that there's skulls all around her. And she has a spear off the right side of her throne. Xandra and Kore, you would know this to be the goddess of blood.
Diana would have been quite fond of her.
So, we're done playing cat and mouse, huh?
That's not the way out. And I'm going to take Darren's instantaneous fortress and go, Loth, which means grow in Sylvan, and throw it. It's a little silver acorn, and it will hit right in front of her. She needs to make a dexterity saving throw or take 10d10 bludgeoning damage on a failed save. Half as much on a success.
And I'm using that time to get my message out to see if Nimbus is anywhere.
Chris, if you didn't have the flippy floppy inspiration, you would have inspiration. But there's an 18 pass?
Just barely. So you'll take
Silvery
half.
Bobs. So that's my reaction and my action to casts.
Iva. Give me damage. Because that's a net 1.
Oh my gosh.
Not on my watch. No.
Koi, what message were you sending?
The same message I attempted before but bounced back through the door, I'm assuming because of the magic in place. She just needs to hear from Nimbus.
As you send it, you feel it go past the goddess of blood. And as it does, can there be a reply or no?
I believe so. Yeah,
25
it's
word
sending.
reply.
Yeah, that's why she was being so brisk with her speech, because it's 25 words out, 25 words in.
Well, I'm assuming Nimbus doesn't know that. You just get in response, running. Safe for now.
To which Kore will message Orez with Nimbus's reply and say, it seems he's safer than we are on top of that. We have ways to get to him when we are safe.
Iva.
Shoot!
As you say
Big money
that, he's
roll.
going to grab your the
Mhm,
tail of your coattails and pull you back and throw.
What's the damage?
62.
You dealing out damage for that. I need to set up awards for who deals most damage in a session, who's the best supporting class in session.
Oh man.
Little bitty puka. Really
that
heavy hits.
But that should block the entrance entirely. It's 20 foot in a square and 30 foot high.
You throw it and you can hear it crushing up through the staircase as it's forming. And what does the fortress look like? Does it describe it? Or
Looks like a very large ironwood oak tree.
I knew it was going to be a tree.
Mm-hmm. But it's in a battlement form, so it is square, and it does have tiers and layers to it, where you could stand and protect and fire out and over, and little outlets to pop out and throw things out of. And but yeah, it is definitely forest themed.
as you throw that and you just hear everything getting torn apart from this tree growing, you sit there for a minute and you're listening, and you almost heard a grunt whenever you first threw it and it first started forming. And as you're listening, you see Briar move, and he body slams you, Ivo, out
Also,
of the way.
Ivo has... I'll give Ivo the advantage from Silvery Bobs.
Okay. And Briar body slams you, and as you just clear the door, you see the whole front end of the trunk of the tree blast out and hit Briar, and you just see him go flying. And just the concussive force. I need all of you to make a dexterity saving throw.
8.
Oh, go ahead and use that advantage from Silver Barbs. Yeah, there we go. 16 plus dexterity. Where's my dexterity?
Cora, you got 8?
Mm.
7.
Cora and Xandra, you both from this blast get hit with 24 force damage.
As the blast impacts Cora, you see from her arm what seems to be the horns of a golden stag sort of just projecting forward as if to protect her with a shield from her barrier tattoo. And the shield sort of like cracks but holds as it absorbs that damage.
Ivo and Orez, you both take 12.
Evasion. I take none.
And remember, Ivo, Xandra, and Cora, you all had temporary HP.
How much was the temporary HP again?
It was 10, so you would have taken
10.
14 damage. Ivo, you kind of look back in at the tree, and you see that the figure hasn't even gotten off of her throne. And as she's smiling, you almost see a little bit of blood coming out from her smile. And it just flows in with her dress as she sits there, with her chin up in that posture of, you can't touch me.
You said I had enough time to attune to the dagger?
Yes.
I'm throwing it.
Roll me an attack.
Evo will be standing there making eye contact back to her with his bow ready and drawn. Just there. That's it.
Isaac.
Nat 20 or a nat 1? Which one?
Nat 20 for 27.
Give me damage. Y'all in your nat 20. You know, next session, y'all are even nat 1ing everything.
Yeah, the godly rolls come out when we're fighting actual gods.
I mean, okay, that's... Yeah, that's fitting.
The dice have a narrative. And we're like, yeah, fuck them up.
Bonus action steady aim, which gives me advantage, which just lets me have sneak attack.
Okay.
Do I get any special damage because of this dagger?
I don't know, I gave you the dagger.
Hold on, I'm reading.
While they're reading, Isaac is going to call out to the goddess of blood and say, "What are you getting out of this, your eminence?"
Well, you see, this side sheds more blood. It's simple, really. The more blood there is, the more powerful I am. And this is the prime spot for a little extra blood. And she gestures with her left hand behind all of you. And if you look, you still see the city almost unaffected, going about their day. And some parents are grabbing their kids and leading them inside. And you, Iva, with your passive perception, you hear somebody say, "Oh, Briar will protect us," or "Jargontarth will protect us," or as they are kind of still going about their days.
After Orez's damage, I might have something.
Is 84 points of damage.
That's an evil laugh if I ever heard one, Chris.
And
Listen, we
because
came
I'm
to kill
attuned-
gods and take
Hold
names.
on. Because I'm attuned, it returns back to my hand.
You see the dagger go straight into her heart, and you call it back. And as it slides out of her chest, you see the blood of her dress fills in the hole, like nothing happened. Is that all? I mean, honestly, I thought you lot would be a little bit more powerful. I mean, seems like all of you are filled with some sort of blood. Except the little spooky one. Though maybe if I put that ring on them, they might. It's worth a shot.
I'll show you how much blood I can shed.
You can try, little one. I've been around almost as long as Kilma herself. And you see her stand and takes a step forward. I am Vendetta. And I will be your end. And she takes another step forward. Ivo, you hear a voice in your head. Let me take over for a bit.
Do you have something?
I am just an old tree, but I have some tricks.
Is this going to help the people here?
I will try.
And take what you need.
Were you saying that out loud, Ivo?
Did I hear it out loud?
It was in your head.
Yeah, say it out loud.
As all of you hear him say that, Corey, you kind of glance over, and you see buds blossoming on the bow. And as they blossom and they start to bloom, you see branches and roots start coming out. And you see the string unwraps and starts wrapping around Ivo. And as it wraps around him, you see more start sprouting and growing, and it almost looks like trees are growing into trees as it's wrapping around Ivo and stretching out into this humanoid figure of a tree that is taller than all of you.
That's not hard to accomplish.
Chris.
Hey, Corey and I aren't short, to be fair. We're actually pretty tall.
We're above average.
Chris,
Yeah.
would you like to introduce him?
Yeah. Get him, Chris.
This tree begins to wrap and engulf and basically pull Ivo into his chest and wrap around vines as the moss-covered oak, long flowing moss-like hair and beard with tender blue eyes, 12 feet tall.
Hello, little ones. I am Grindia, acolyte of nature, harbinger of life in all its forms, and protector of light. It seems we have business to attend to.
Go ahead and do whatever you're thinking right now.
I'm going to take root. As his feet begin to crush the stone and find their way to soil, Grendir will step in front and become an immovable bulwark as you see bark and branches begin to move and rotate, and antlers begin to rotate up as his whole head changes from basically a bearded old gentleman to plated helm, and a shield grows out of his right arm as he slams it down into the ground.
You, maiden of blood, will not touch a single drop in this mountain.
And he will stand in front of the group and just protect.
As you say that, it's funny that you think you can stop me. And she smacks her hands together, and as she does, you see blood shoot out of all 10 of her fingers directly at you. Does a dirty 20 hit you?
Does not.
I love this.
My AC is 26 right now.
You see all 10 hit you, but you're holding your massive shield, and you can barely see droplets of blood on the inside of your shield where it almost went through. And you see her tilt her head. You know, I think you might be the last of your kind. And she takes another step forward. And as she does, you hear a whoosh as you hear chains rattle, shoot past your head. Xandra, you feel it the closest to you. Run! And you see Briar slam into Vendetta. And you see them not only go through her throne, you see the tree that surrounded her explode, and you see them literally go into the stone of the mountain and keeps going.
Xandra will, in reaction to Briar flying past, you do not have to tell me twice. I tried getting them to leave a minute ago, and she will immediately dart towards Kore, grab her by the arm, and start hauling ass in the other direction near the city, screaming at Orez, "It is not up for debate. It is not a decision that you get to make for the entire party. Follow me now!" And then she'll turn back to who she's trying to address as Ivo, as this new giant Jaeger of a tree guy that she loves. Hold her off as long as you can. Ivo, as soon as you have a chance, you need to dart to the closest door that you see me at. I will be at the closest door. When it is open, run. And with that, Xandra will hit the first residential door she sees, and you immediately start seeing her carved in Draconic in this circle, and she builds this symbol, and she just smacks.
You're scribbling in Draconic, you realize it's not Draconic anymore. You are scribbling in Abyssal. The same spell that you've used hundreds of times in Draconic.
Interesting that. It's gonna take a long time to get used to all of that. And she just smacks the middle of the door, and you just see the door light up first from the sigil out, and you actually physically see the door change shape and appearance. And what was just a normal residential door now looks, it's a deeper, richer wood. It's got ornate metalworking, a very big, fancy handle. And she immediately, as soon as it's done forming, she opens it and practically kicks it open and throws Kore through, and immediately looks for Orez.
While Cora was being dragged by Xandra towards the door, she was already casting message to every one of the townspeople she could see, specifically the ones who looked like they had a bit more authority to them, projecting the message of, "You are not safe here, Briar is wounded. Run, get to safety, now." And she's just repeating that message as we're going through, until she's finally through the door.
You are sending that message out, and you see one figure in particular, very regally dressed, kind of looks up at the door, and for the first time realizes what's going on. And you just hear him yell, "To the gate!" And you see all of the families and stuff running to the town center where the door was to the lair. Orez, what are you doing right now?
Orez is extremely conflicted. Hearing Xandra yell, watching Ivo Grendir individual, and will just yell back, "I'll help him, I move faster."
Grendir's gonna turn his head with his shield up.
Little one, I will be fine here. Please.
And you'll hear Ivo's voice come through with Grendir's.
Do you trust Nimrus?
I can't just do nothing.
Do you have faith in your friend?
They'll just nod.
Then live to find him another day.
And will turn towards the door.
How fast, how close am I to Vendetta?
Probably about 100 feet away. You saw Briar lunge with his full force, dragging her into the mountain, and you just see him pummeling her. And as he's pummeling her, you feel the ground shake with every hit, and you see them go deeper into the ground. Every swing he does, and every swing is getting faster.
Okay. So, seeing this, I will uproot and take down my shield, take a couple steps, swoop down with his big hand and scoop Orez, and Misty Step with Grendir and Evo and them. And what that looks like is just the whole thing just constitutes into vines and just travels at an incredible speed and reforms 30 feet away.
As you reform, you hear the distinct sound. It's almost like everything else stops. And you hear the distinct sound of a chain breaking. And you look over to the direction, and you see Vendetta ripped one of Briar's chains out of his arm, and she has it around his throat, and is holding him up, strangling him with the own chain that bound him. And in the same moment, you feel the mountain shake again. And you hear a thud behind you. And as you turn, you see that there's a hole in the tip of the Cage Mountains. And you see Merle standing in front of you, with his sword drawn. And Grendir, you hear a voice in your head that's all too familiar to you. You need to go. Now. And as you hear that, you hear to Grendir is the sounds of trees growing. And as you hear the sound, you see almost like a pit worm comes out of the ground made out of roots, grabs Merle, and goes back under. And just in a brief second, you see the female figure riding on its back with 2 roots leading up to one hand. And you see Viridian as the goddess of nature takes the god of dread into the earth.
Grendir, approaching the rest of the party, and Xander riding on the door, will reform into like a 6-foot version of himself.
Whatever you are going to do, do it quickly. Viridian has given us a window, and we must take it.
You're muted. Very nice hand gestures, though.
By all means.
I heard that.
Ask.
You weren't muted. I don't know.
I wasn't muted to you?
No?
That's interesting.
Oh, which one? Oh, Ivo wasn't muted. You might have been.
Oh, no, it was Dandra.
Yeah.
She's like pointing and like talking and...
Oh,
It sounded cool the first go around. Anyway.
say it again. Take 2.
Take 2. By all means, get your ass through that threshold now. It's open and ready. I'm only closing it as long as I see all 3 of you in.
Is Grendir still carrying Orez?
Unless he put Orez down, yeah.
I did not put Orez down. I just didn't know if you had like wiggled out or anything. So I will take Orez, Evo, and Grendir and go through the door.
With that, Xandra will dart through the threshold, slam the door closed behind her.
Sandra, right before you do that, you see a figure. And in a puff of shadow, you see this figure with these wings, almost of a dragon. And you see him wearing very ornate black and gold plate armor with almost spikes coming out on each end of the armor made. You see his eyes glowing a slight red tinged with gold. And you see horns coming down. And in that moment, you feel the earth tremble. And you see a door open out of the ground in front of you. And you see stairs form. And as they do, you see the figure of a woman walking up. You see, the first thing you see is a skull head sitting on her forehead with 4 horns, 2 at the top and 2 coming down by her forehead. You see her hair is almost in very messy dreads. And she's carrying a staff that has almost curled antlers on each other at the top. And you see she has a very flowing green black robe that's covering and flowing off of her back. And she steps up, and as her foot hits the ground, you see hands start climbing out of the ground from everywhere. And she turns and looks at you. A good friend of mine has given you her blessing. I suggest you go. Because we're no longer dealing with just gods and goddesses. That is Kai's, the evil half of the Creator. And as she steps, she throws her hand back, and your body gets thrown into the door, and you see her do this. And as she does, the dimension door closes behind you.
Xandra will immediately let her ass hit the floor of her shop. And she will breathe very heavily. And just sort of, as you would, have her both her knees up and her elbows there, and she just hangs her head between her legs. So remember how we were hoping that it couldn't get worse? It very, very much got worse.
Yes.
Did you catch any of that before the door closed, Grindir?
I know who they are. I did not catch the words.
That was the evil half out there. We're
Where do
dealing
we
with more than just the lesser gods now. We are dealing with the evil half of the Creator itself.
In a battle between monsters, gods, and evil incarnate, where do we stand?
Hence, barely. You're
We
in the right
stand-
you're in the right circles. I can really hold my own. I've felt that way for 1,000 years. In that, on the other side of what was my door. That is way beyond my pay grade, let me tell you.
Little one, you ask where we stand. We stand on the precipice of darkness as a beacon of hope and light. That is where we stand.
Well,
You are true.
thank you for putting a positive spin on things.
You're welcome. I have that tendency.
He's not wrong.
I missed Grindir.
It's a good. It's a weird feeling to be both so insignificant and have the scales of fate on your shoulders at the same time. Uncanny. Slightly terrifying.
It takes
But-
but one drop of water to overflow a glass.
And as I told Lux, better us than others who may not be so suited to the task.
Indeed.
What's Orez is feeling right now?
If you take the time to look, they're on their knees, hands clenched, shaking in anger.
How are you feeling, Orez?
I don't even know how to describe to you what I'm feeling.
But people have contingency plans from what we saw. And we will get Nimbus back. That is what we will do.
I'd like to reach over with one of Grendir's fingers, will turn into a tendril, and kind of meander over in front of Orez and place a lunar moth in their lap and cast Calm Emotions.
What's the save for that?
You attempt to suppress
Hey,
strong
Jay.
emotions in a group of people. Let's see.
I'm sorry. With what Orez is feeling right now?
No, that's
So
totally fair. I
charisma
just thought you're already
saving
ready
throw.
to fight this off.
And the spell save DC is... Shoot, where did I write that down at? Spell save DC is... Shoot, where is that on my sheet? Sorry, guys.
You're good. And also, Ryuka is still on that island. She will be able to find Nimbus. And then we can recover them both.
16 charisma saving throw.
You watch as their fists unclench, but they're still just staring down at the floor.
When the spell ends, any suppressed effect resumes, and it's up to 1 minute, so at least you have a little bit of clarity of thought for a minute. But yeah,
Xandra will chime in and begin to slowly stand up. To be fair, I know I took us out of that dimension entirely. And that, at face value, is very concerning. But I can just as easily take us back to that dimension in a much safer location. I just need to pick a door. We can
People
easily
that
go
need
back
help in a
just
safe
as
location.
those people I could not get to. That is very true. Add them to the
Do you
list
know
of
who those
I-
people are?
They had their own gate. They were escaping through it.
Do you know who they are?
Survivors, presumably.
From
Or
what
I did
time
say
do you think they
Came from the
survived?
time before. Before the Shattering is what Bara said.
Orez will slip the ring back on. From what time do you think they survived?
Corey will repeat what she said. And she presumes Orez will continue.
Those people aren't just survivors. You haven't seen what I've seen. Those were my people. And we just left. Nimbus. And them. And Jargontarth, wherever he is.
What would you have had us do, little one?
I don't know, but running is never the answer. Running has never done any good.
And
That's
dying does
coming
as
from
much
someone
as.
who does nothing but run.
And dying does as much as? What would that
It could
accomplish
have
for
helped.
them? How? How could we have fought dead? How could we have found them dead?
We could have done something.
And what we did was preserve those we could, find our way to safety, contact Nimbus, and know that he was also safe and running. And we know we can contact him again. And we have a way to get to him. And we left that place in far better hands than we could have done alone. We would have gotten in the way. We are not at their level yet.
We left that place in the hands of gods, and we've already been proven that they can die. From
It takes
someone
more to
who's
kill them
not
than us.
a god.
Say that again, sorry?
We've been shown that they can die from someone who's not a god.
True, the gods of this world are not invincible, but they are very tricky and difficult to deal with if you're not prepared for it. That ring around your finger, little cloud of darkness. Each one of those people in that cavern had the same around their finger. If they are as spirited, and foolhardy, and brave, and indestructible as you are, they can take care of themselves. There is ways out of that mountain. They will be safe. You will find them again.
What are we doing here? What's the plan?
That's a good question.
And he looks over to Xandra.
Where is here?
This, as she sort of gestures exhaustedly, half-heartedly with her hands, is my home.
And with
And
that, we will take a short break.
there.
And then we should be back for another hour. I know we're running a little bit later than we normally do, but Dia has
just
off
so good.
tomorrow, so we can do more instead of 3.5 hours. So
Today,
hopefully,
it's 3 p.m.
hopefully you come over, or come back again after the break. But until then, to be diced. All the trauma and drama. Welcome back to the drama and trauma that we have presented to you so far. But seriously, I want to thank everybody who's stuck around. And I want to thank all of these wonderful players for making all of this happen. It is a blast. But anywho, Zandra, would you like to explain your home?
Yeah. So, as you walk in, you see pretty much the base for everything in Zandra's home is some kind of old, worn down, oiled looking wood, whether it be the floorboards, the giant ornate sort of desk slash, front counter. There are bookshelves everywhere that you can see. On the other side of the front counter, there is a spiral staircase that leads up to a landing that you can see, only to see even more bookshelves. There is one hallway that you can see from down here. Below, you can also see 2 different doorways that extend further into her home. One of the doors is closed. One of them is a swinging door. And then there are various plush sort of seating. There's a love seat over to the left of us if we're standing at the door. There's a ornate big armchair fireplace that is currently out. And then if you're just walking into the door, to the right is one other hallway and some more rooms. But everything is full to the brim. There's books everywhere, whether they be in the bookshelves, on the floor, on the counter. There's some books sitting on the love seat. You've got various different jars containing who knows what. You've got various glass cases that contain every ornate looking thing you could think of, whether it be daggers, skulls, urns, books that are in those glass cases, all manner of things that you could think of that look arcane in nature. You can spot at least one of each somewhere in this main room, and you have only to assume that there's more of it the further in you go. It's also incredibly dusty in here, and it sort of gets to the nostrils a little bit. You smell a sort of musty smell, and you can't quite pin what that smell is right away. It almost smells like when people have small pets, and there's that kind of musty animal cage smell, right? But other than
does not
that,
notice that at all.
but other than that, it is completely, utterly silent in the house.
How tall is it in here? Is there room, or is it fairly like cluttered and crowded?
This room is it's more narrow. It's not a huge room width-wise, but it goes fairly tall because the landing from the staircase, it's essentially like the height of a 2-story house, but this whole front section is open.
So like 16 to 20 feet tall, so he can stand at his full height at 12 feet?
Yes. I would say it's absolutely, he has plenty of room to stand at his full height in this room, but this would probably be the only room that you can stand that comfortably in.
So he'll kind of grow a couple feet to about 8 and look around.
I believe your smaller friend would be more accommodated for this space, so I will bid you good day. My work here is done for now. And if little Givo has need of me, he has but to call.
And he'll begin to just kind of fold and deconstruct, and the chest cavity will pull open, and vines and tendrils will kind of pull Evo out in like a sleeping kind of thing, and just lay him down gently and just recompact itself essentially back down into a bow.
Thank you for what you've done for us, Grandeur.
You're welcome.
Xandra, you would notice a note on the table.
Xandra, after gesturing and letting everyone take a moment to take in the front area of her home, she'll first comment, "That's what I was hoping not to hear. Silence." And she'll sort of nervously look around the front area and make her way to the main table and find a note that is specially encrypted. To everyone else, it's going to look like a blank piece of paper that's sort of strewn in amongst the clutter. But Xandra knows this spell and this paper very, very well, as it is used only for emergencies between her and her family members. And you see Xandra pick it up and just give it a little. And as she does that and releases the encryption, sort of like almost fire crackles through the piece of paper, and Oraine's hidden message will be appearing as like little embers flying through the surface of the paper. And DM, what did Oraine write me?
You would know that she isn't one to dilly-dally. She's very straight to the point. And it simply states, "He's here. We're safe."
Xandra will look at the note and just have a big, heavy sigh. He wasn't lying. He knew where to find them. He was never supposed to know where to find them, but he did. Niall has been here. My family has fled. We have several safe havens outside of this one. Part of our safety measures is that she leaves me no notice as to which one she has been to. Tracking them down will be nearly impossible for me at this time. So now we'll have to put that away. However, the next thing we must know is whether or not the integrity of my home is completely obliterated or not. And with that, you see Xandra just sort of close her eyes. And Xandra's going to take stock and take in whether or not any of the protective wards are still up, and whether or not it is currently operating as it usually does, which is outside of space and time.
Every protective ward is down. But it's still in the little pocket.
Do you need any help? Do you need any help looking around?
Looking around is not necessarily going to be all that useful. I'm sure they only took what they needed and got out as quickly as they could.
And you hear a in the doorway.
Turning around slowly.
You see Briar's body laying there. You see his jugular completely torn out, the one chain in his right arm torn out, and you can see where it was wrapped around his neck still being there. You see his eyes closed, his left arm missing, and his left leg. And he's just laying there, and you just see black and gold slowly pulling out underneath of him.
Is he still alive?
Yeah.
Medicine check, or I don't know. It's your call.
Give me a medicine check. And Corey, give me... Actually, no, not Corey. Xandra, give me an Arcana check.
That's a 10.
very good.
You can't tell.
Okay.
From the look of him, he's lost so much blood that he shouldn't be.
On the off chance that he is, I'll use my last spell slot as Evo and cast Cure Wounds.
Corey, I'll let you either make an Arcana check or give Xander the help action.
Zandra, what's your modifier?
5.
I'll roll for Arcana.
Ivo, how many points?
13.
13?
Which was not good. I am going to flip and use my inspiration. Fingers crossed. Much better.
Natural
24.
20. Ivo, as you kind of put your hands on him and you cast the last spell, you see the blood slow coming out of his neck. And you can see the bone running up into his skull. Corey, with that roll, you have felt the Revenant Queen's magic. This is more powerful. And the only way you can think of it is the Revenant Queen's older sister or somebody directly above them, which you can assume is Kelma.
Kelma.
And you can feel that energy resonating where Briar was just dropped.
All right. He's not dead yet. Is that right?
Ivo can't tell, but he did use a healing spell on him.
Yeah, my medicine check was garbage.
Corey, how many bits and pieces of him is there still? Like, does he have any of his limbs around?
No.
All right. Corey is going to step forward and see what has she got. Sandra, do you have a needle and thread by any chance somewhere? With haste.
I suppose I could find something as she looks around. Usually Orez knows where everything is, and she sort of fumbles around and gets through a drawer in the main counter and pulls out Orez's little sewing kit.
Cora is going to set to work while Iva was healing Briar. She's immediately going to take the needle and thread and start physically sewing up the laceration at his neck first and foremost. She's working from head, chest, and then to the limbs. And as she's sewing him up, she will also cast Cure Wounds for... Let me cast it. Another 7 points.
Orez is going to take their normal dagger and heat it up and try to use it to cauterize some of the wounds.
I thought you were going to be like, stab him while he's down.
I thought about it.
You hate that guy that much, huh?
Mm-hmm.
As Corey, you're stitching up his left leg and Orez is cauterizing his left arm, and Ivo kind of healed the neck. You all see his right hand, the fingers loosen. And you see, Ivo, you see your instant fortress fall out of his hand. The little silver acorn. And the blood stops flowing. And as far as you can tell, he's stabilized. Xandra, check your cantrips. Being of the Undying.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You have a thing.
If not your cantrips, check your features.
It should be in
I was going to
cantrips.
say, I am out of spell slots for my 4th
Cantrips
level
don't
stuff.
take spell slots. Cantrips are as many times as you want.
You have a thing.
Yes. As Dia said, you have a thing.
Are we talking about spare the dying?
Yes.
Okay.
If you want to try it. For future reference, it instantly stabilizes people.
Yeah, no, I read it. I just wasn't sure that it applied in this instance because you didn't tell us what his hit points were.
I mean, he's a god.
It's tough to be a god.
So Xandra will walk forward, and I might be able to assist in at least getting him conscious again. And she'll just touch his forehead and cast her spare the dying spell.
As you touch his forehead and you cast it, you hear as his chest rises and falls once. But it almost sounds like if you would breathe underwater and you just see a little bit of black and gold. But he doesn't regain consciousness.
He would benefit from some rest. Once stabilized, these deities seem to regenerate on their own. With time.
At this rate, I'm wondering if he needs a tomb to go sleep in for a while. Crypt. Seal him away for 100 years. He'll be good as new.
Don't you vampires have something for that? A coffin or something? Sleep in? Or is that just a story?
That's a myth.
Oh.
A quite offensive one at that, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I was told. I only know what I was told.
Do you happen to have an enchanted coffin lying around?
That would
For
come in
arcane purposes? I would not be surprised.
Not for vampire purposes, just for arcane purposes.
Don't know if you
do have a very special tomb, but it is not for me. It's not a coffin. It's a tomb. It's made of stone. It's in one of the back rooms. It's very special. Do you want to stick him in there?
Will it help?
Wouldn't it be funny if he woke up and he found out he was in a tomb? I wonder what he would think.
Well, you probably
I'm
blame me.
not opposed. I suppose don't want him buddying up the bed. Or a comfortable spot on the floor.
I tell you what, we'll leave the lid off, let him sleep in there, and he should at least get half of the rejuvenation. It seals better if you put the lid on and actually let him marinate in there for a while, but to keep him from panicking, we could, in fact, let him lay in there.
Ivo, with your passive, while everybody's kind of standing and talking, you see Briar lift his right arm a little bit, and only you hear, "Misty, I'm coming." And his hand falls again.
I might have something to help with that.
Sandra,
Sorry.
Do you know Misty?
Misty? I don't know off the top of my head. Why?
He just whispered, "Misty, I'm coming."
Well, that's heartbreaking. But not off the top of my head. I mean, I've met a lot of people in my time, but I don't have any Misties sticking out to me.
Xandra,
We'd better get him in there. Get him healed.
you hear a voice in your head. It was his younger sister. Back when he was still alive.
Fair enough. She'll say in her own mind, I haven't had a chance to politely ask you, but am I allowed to speak to you from time to time? I have a few questions.
What are your questions, child?
Not too dire right this second, as I do want to deal with Briar, but there is the matter of restoring the wards that Lemra so kindly placed on this place. My ability to hide it out of time and space is still here, but to defend it has been completely annihilated.
Let me think on it.
As you wish. And Xandra will stop speaking to Yvain at that time. Apparently, unfortunately, that is his younger sister. From before he was a god.
Even gods were people too. You have to wonder how much of them remains from the time they
Indeed.
were to the time they are now.
I can speak from experience that it can be an easy thing to lose, given enough centuries to forget your beginnings. And he is much, much older than me. But perhaps in this moment, some aspects of his former life have returned to his conscious mind.
Once Briar is placed to rest within the tomb, Cora is going to reach towards the scarf that she acquired from Jargon's hoard and pluck one of the silver scales and place it on Briar's chest to use Breath of Life and before. That's 27 points of healing.
As you put it on his chest, as soon as it touches, you feel his chest rise and fall a little bit more steady than the last time.
To compensate for the lack of lid, she gives Xandra a small smile.
I think that's a lovely idea. That should help. Come, we should let him rest. He'll find us, I'm sure, when he wakes.
Can Evo go and find Orez wherever they're staying at? In this room or in this place somewhere?
They're still at the door.
How are you feeling, Orez? I know you're conflicted back there whether to go or stay.
I'm fine. For now.
I promise you. Look at me. I promise you I will help you find Nimbus. I don't have long to find him. 2 more days after this one. But I promise you, I'll help you find him. And I
You'll
will
have
find
more
him.
days after that.
They're not guaranteed, so I have to use what I have.
I'll make
Here.
sure.
And he reaches behind his back and unclips his belt. This actually might help with what you have. This was something I found in my village. When everyone was gone. I saw one of my uncles use it one time, and I don't know why he left it, but here. This belt. Actually, let me show you how it works. And he puts it back on momentarily and takes the 4 daggers that are in there and throws them into the wall, avoiding books or anything dangerous, maybe just into the door. And as soon as they impact,
Is it a blink back belt?
they disappear and reappear on the belt.
It's a blink back belt.
So if you take this and you let any dagger sit in it for 10, 15 minutes or so, that dagger will be the one to return. And it's got 4 slots in it, so feel free to use these ones. They're not much. They're made out of rosewood and some sort of tooth, but they'll do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
They'll take the belt, not really sure what to do with it because they don't get things from people. We'll fasten it, take out 2 of the daggers that are already there, and replace them with the 2 that they just got. And just kind of look back at you and give a weak smile.
I know it doesn't seem like it right now, but things will turn out all right. I know it's hard to even say those words right now, and I halfway don't believe them myself, but I have to continuously repeat them until I do believe them. Because I want them to be all right. I want them to be okay.
Did
And
you
if
get
I
to see
will-
your family?
No, I didn't. But it's all right. There's more important things to do.
Family is the most important, Ivo. Take it from someone who doesn't have any.
You have us. It's got to count for something.
For now.
For now.
At that moment, Xandra will re-enter and slowly peer around and take in where they are, but lock eyes with Ivo. I need to sit with you for a moment. There's something I need to check.
Like, sit over tea or something? You got a kettle? I still have that tea from Jargon, actually. Do you want jasmine or hibiscus?
I tell you what. If I give you good news, we'll drink to celebrate. If it is no different than the situation we're already in, we shall drink to relax. And with that, Xander will come and sit in front of Ivo. I want you to just give me your hands for a moment. And just breathe for me, please. It'll only take a second for me to run a little assessment. And Xander will close her eyes. And she's going to check to see if his mark is actively counting down his days.
Have any of you felt the timer, or is you just checking?
This is just me checking because no one else can feel the timer per se, I'm assuming. And the effects of the shop are not something you can feel either.
Yeah.
Or not something you're conscious of.
Roll me an Arcana.
$20.
Man, y'all and your good fucking rolls tonight. The
In
DC
there.
was 20.
Yes, come on.
You feel magic woven around Ivo's heart. And as you focus on it, it's almost like you can feel the hands of time ticking.
How long do I have
Xandra
to
will
for?
Xandra will open her eyes and let go of Ivo's hands. And she'll just sort of look down for a moment. And she'll look back up at Ivo, and her eyes will be noticeably misty.
Everything all right? What was your assessment?
Not good news, unfortunately. It was only a thought.
Do I want to know?
Most likely not.
Right.
Our situation is the same.
Well,
Tea.
if it's bad news, you have anything stronger?
Absolutely, I do. And she sort of gestures for them both to stand up. And she'll lead him through the door that swings and take him into her kitchen.
Did Corey hear any of that?
Corey, did you hear any of that?
I'm assuming she came back in with Xandra. I'm not sure.
Are you muted?
I think
You're
she
muted.
might be muted.
Sorry, I said I was like, what? The swinging door thing and the stronger drinks thing? Or.
Mhm.
Basically, Ivo asking for something stronger than tea.
Oh, yeah, of course.
You
I
know,
think he does deserve it.
Evo
However.
does not drink liquor at all. Has never had any in his whole life.
That is why Xandra is gonna hear a quick message in her head saying, like Paul, he's never tried the stuff.
All right. Well, this cup right here has never seen anything but tea in it. Seems a shame, but I won't be able to use it for much longer, so might as well ruin it.
And it's a pretty decent, probably like a about that size.
All right, fill her up. Let's do this.
And you'll see Xandra go to. She has like a wall in the back of the kitchen that has a big display, a big wine display, and then a liquor cabinet that's right beside it. And she'll get into the liquor cabinet and she will root around through it for a moment. And she'll go, you know what? This makes me think of someone I know, someone I'm quite fond of, very far away from here. But this is a gift from her, and it's one of her absolute favorites. She too has had a very hard life, and I think it's fitting. And from her liquor cabinet, she will pull out a bottle, an unopened bottle of Jack Daniel's Blue Label, and she will pour one shot's worth of whiskey into Ivo's cup and hand it to him. This is a favorite of my friend Eliza. Very gruff woman, but she swears by the stuff on a bad day.
This it. That's all you get.
Trust me. For you, my little Puka, that is all you will need.
All right. So you sip this stuff, or yeah?
Oh, yes.
No, just all right.
This is the sipping one. And Corey's just like watching his face. Just like,
I've been told it feels a lot like a warm hug.
Or like a sacred flame going down your throat. But all right. You drink this all the time.
I was saving it for a special occasion.
As all of this is happening,
Second sip's a little better.
the faces are great. As all this is happening, and they all went to the other room, Orez is sitting down next to Briar, taking in what he looks like and remembering what they look like with the ring on, and comparing their age. Because Orez currently only looks maybe a year or two older than Briar. And kind of thinks, if they look similar in age like that, how similar in age are they in real time? And just kind of sits there.
Orez, you hear almost in a light croak. Can you do me a favor?
I don't know. It depends on the favor.
Can you get the one that's bound to die for me?
Why?
I need to ask him a question.
Orez will nod and stand up and just kind of peek their head through the door. I will.
As you kind of stood up, you see Briar kind of open his eyes, and the one socket's empty, and the other one's looking at you. And just watch as you walk towards the door.
I will. Briar wants to talk to you.
Elo's finished his shot. And he's sitting there talking to Corey and Xandra.
Can you believe that Reika actually thinks she's faster than me? I'm so fast. You can't even see me. Look at me. Look. Oh, see, can't even see me. Look, I'll even go faster. You won't even. I'll go up those staircases. What's your favorite book? I'll bring it. I'll bring it in like 3 seconds. You won't even see me. Now, watch me go.
And he's like on top of the thing, the counter, and he's gonna like slap his butt and try to cast Fire Stride without any like any spell slots, and then like take a step and just fall on his face off the counter.
See, so fast.
Corey would like to like catch you before you hit the floor. Just sets you back down.
Oh, Orez, you should try this stuff. I have no idea.
I will.
But it's great. Try it.
I will.
It makes you happy.
I will.
What?
Briar wants to talk to you.
Oh, right. Pour another Xandra. I'll be right back. So fast.
He goes.
Add cinnamon. Be quick about it.
We have to clip that for TikTok so fast. Thank you for being the comedic relief we all needed.
I'm sorry.
And Orez will just like grab his hand and lead him back over to Briar so he doesn't fall over.
Thank you.
Oh. I'd say you look better. Hey, you should try some of that stuff back there. It's really good. I'd probably fix you right up. You wanted to ask me a question?
You see the one empty socket and the one other very bloodshot eye staring at you. And he raises his hand towards yours.
I'll take it.
And as soon as you touch his hand, you are 100% sober. I want to make you an offer.
Offer.
I never wanted to be the God of Calamity. I miss my family. So, if you want, I can give you this power. The timer on your heart will stop. But never dying is a curse. And one day you'll be laying here like me, missing your family, wishing you could have done more. And you see a tear running down his face. You know, I ran. And I was faster than them all, which is why they died first. The only thing that made me turn around was Misty's scream. It was Merle. And they weren't lying when they said that when he draws his sword, people die. And you just see the constant flow of tears. And I'm not telling you that it's good and you should want to live forever because it's a curse.
You're not really selling it. The way you're looking there. I'm not sure what to tell you. I've made a promise to Corey. To stay by her side and protect her, but what's the point of protecting her when she's going to be gone?
And he gives a very weak nod.
Your offer is very generous to grant someone like myself the power that I saw you wield, and I'd be lying if I told you that it wasn't tempting. I let Grendir take over, and I felt like I could actually protect someone for once. So to have that feeling multiplied to a god status, I can't even imagine what that would be. As a Puka, I have a very short lifespan. I'm almost at the end of it, actually. A few more years. But I think living and eventually dying is what gives the living part worth and value and richness. Is there a way for you to find solace and to find your family in death at all, without passing on what you say is a curse of eternal life to someone else?
No. That's the curse of being a god. Somebody always has to take our place. I've been alive since the beginning. But there's multiple of us who have passed on many times over.
The part of me that wishes to help you wants to say yes. But the rest of what I value on this earth is telling me no. Before I give you an answer, I would have to talk to Corey. I'd have to talk to my family. If we have her blessing, then I'll take it on for you.
He just gives a nod. I should probably tell you the actual curse that comes with godhood then. Each of us have something. Go ahead.
Is Orez in the room for this?
Yeah.
Orez is right there.
Okay.
Each of us, and he got coughs a little bit, has something that ties us down. That limits us. The goddess of life must experience painful death every day of her life. And the goddess of death hates life. The goddess of light lives in darkness. Lux is blind. The God of Calamity, all he wants is peace. But it never happens. There's so many curses for everybody. I used to be on Kaiser's side. That's why he showed up in that fight. That's why Kelma sent me away. I would have died or turned again. But if I would have died, one of them would have turned into the God of Calamity. You see, because if I die without choosing, it's randomly put on somebody. So we much rather choose than it to happen to somebody that was my age or your age. And he looks at Orez. All I want is peace. But the only thing I can do is calamity. So I do ask you to refuse a young boy's request, because I am no longer him. I don't wish that on anyone.
I'm sorry for being selfish and keeping peace all to myself.
And I was being selfish for asking. And you see his eye close again.
And look it over at Orez.
What would you have done?
I am not you. My decisions would be different than yours, but I have my reasons for them.
That's why
You
I'm
have
asking.
a family.
So do you.
Not anymore.
Those people in that city, they were the ones that used to be your family. Aren't they?
I don't know.
too many unanswered questions. Too many things all happening at once, and seemingly no way to fix them.
Go talk to Corey.
You fancy a drink?
No.
No. All right. Will you join us? Or do you need more time on your own?
Maybe a little bit later. Not now.
All right. And he'll go and back into the kitchen area, not stumbling, much more sober, clear-eyed.
Corey takes one look at you, having spent as much time as we have together, and with her ability to read people, and without another word, she just opens her arms to you to beckon you up for a hug and says, "You're not all right." What happened?
Eagle will be kind of looking down at his wrist and picking at the was it wisteria?
No, wisteria bracelet. I was literally just thinking about that 5 seconds ago.
Yeah. Kind of just running his fingers over it and picking at it a little bit.
Briar offered me a way to live past my remaining days.
But
He offered me him. His power, his place as a God of Calamity. To be tied to a fate of never finding peace. With that much power, I'd be able to protect you and my family and potentially so many more. But then be chained to a very lonely and eternal existence as I watch you all age and pass with the changing of seasons and years. It's a way to live. But not a way to die.
Corey sits down on the ground, cross-legged, so she's seeing eye to eye with you. And she says, "Only gods can raise gods," is what my mother told me. Whether it be an exchange of power, as you said, where one rises to take another's place, or a fraction of her own to raise a lesser one than them. Your family and I, Ivo, we can look after ourselves as best as we can in the time that we have. And while there is life beyond death, she gets a distant look in her eye as she recalls the sight of Kelmer's garden for just a brief few seconds before she was sent back for the Reaper's work. You lose value of what is fleeting and precious if you were to live forever for the sake of power. Some might seek it, I suppose. I believe the Revenant Queen is why she is the Revenant Queen. To want that ability to remain undying, to remain ever-growing. But
Living forever for the sake of power, or about living forever for the sake of others?
Is that something you'd be willing to do? To live forever, there will be others, like me and you. Like Mel. And that's just part of what makes people, people. For every good, there must be a bad. And that's what keeps the world going round. Or so I was told.
I've only ever wanted my life to mean something.
What would that mean to you? Meaning, is that how you feel about yourself? Or the impact you leave on other people?
I think it's what we leave behind. That our lives made such an impact on the few years we're on this planet that it resounds through the ages. Even not being written down in books, on pages. That people still remember and still benefit from you having lived. I'm just not sure I can do that as the God of Calamity. And I would have to leave you now. Instead of in 2 days.
Ultimately, either the choice is yours to make. And no matter what you do, I'll always care for you. A bit of power doesn't change that. Whether you're here or there, I can contact you. But what do you want to do?
I honestly don't know. He's gonna grab his cup and slide it across the table towards Xandra. At least for right now, probably another one of those. I've thought far too much today.
Say no more. I shall pour you 2 shots worth.
As they're having their little conversation, when Ivo leaves, almost by some forgotten instinct, Orez just holds Briar's hand.
As you hold his hand, he kind of pulls you a little bit closer. And without even opening his eyes, he just puts his one hand on the side of your face. The reason I didn't offer it to you because you have a chance already. And as he...
What chance?
You have time. He had none. And it seems to me like you're carrying enough burden already. Far too much for one's our age.
Age
He gently
doesn't mean much anymore.
Nothing means much anymore. But life has the meaning we put into it. I put my life into protecting you. And for once I felt some joy from it. Go to the crib. You all need to be together right now. As much as they might yell at you, it's because they care. My sister did the same for me. I took it for granted, and now I never get to see her again.
I don't even know who my real family is. Everything I thought I knew is not real.
Your real family is who stays with you. Just like,
Nobody stays for long.
that's what I thought too. Until Kelma took me in. And if they don't take you in, maybe you should take them in. Give them what you never had.
I don't even know what I never had. That's the problem.
Watch Corey with Ivo. They will show you. Sandra might have friends, but you can tell she was alone for a long time. You can talk to her too. She's not so bad. Now go. They're resting, and so should you.
Orez will just sit there for a little bit longer, not say anything, but eventually reluctantly stand up and start heading towards the door.
As Ivo is drowning, well, I guess, drowning in his shots, Corey would have stepped away towards one of the windows in the shop and cast Sending to Rieka. And through that message, she says, "Safe in Sandra's shop. Find Nimbus. Take care of each other. We'll meet again. Are you going to be okay?"
You hear no response back. And that is where we're ending tonight's session.
Tell me where the dog is, Isaac. Tell me where the dog is.
Thank you all for tuning in. This has been To Be Diced, Legends of a Shattering, Season 1, Episode 6, Another Dies. It's been great playing, and hope to see you in the next couple of days here with Dimensional Dial, Frontiers of Eberron, and then Legends of the Shattering in 2 weeks.
All of them are gonna be heavy episodes.
Trauma and drama.